The following program has been called a radical, mind-altering experience. Thought-provoking, but not in a bad way like Steve. Almost as hot as that guy who said, Bueller, Bueller. And the funniest thing since Wild Wild West. But you can call it home. So stick around, hit subscribe, and smash that like button. It's good karma and the easiest thing you can do to make a stranger happy. The following program is about to begin. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the following program. I'm your host, Joe Neerman, aka Good Lawgic. Hope your day was going well. Hope good things, good tidings coming your way. Hope my camera gets properly adjusted. And hope is, oh, look at that. Just sort of shades on back on its own. Shades on back. How y'all doing? I see. I got people's attention. Well, that's about time. It's about time. They should change the Republican convention to July 2nd so Trump can go and leave on the 4th of July as nominee. That's American. I like your thinking. I need to give you like a little. I need to toot the horn for that one. For the orange. I gotta toot the horn for the orange. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna give you one of those. That's right. I said it. I did it. Yeah, I think that I don't think they're gonna keep him in jail. I don't think they're gonna imprison him. They'll probably give him probation and say that you have to be monitored for the next 6 months. It would be really funny, though. I'll tell you this much. I'd love to see them try to imprison him for like 3 or 4 months. Oh, my. We're going to take you out of the race. That's going to totally take him out. Totally take him out. Oh, he's done. He's cooked. In case you're unaware of what this is a reference to, Kathleen here is referencing the fact that President Donald John Trump, future President Donald John Trump, was convicted on 34 counts in the New York criminal action earlier this afternoon. And his sentencing has been suspended. He was not remanded into state custody. He was released. As of now, his sentencing is scheduled to be set on July 11th, roughly 45 days hence, which is why everyone is taking note of the fact that the RNC convention, where he's going to be nominated as president, is 4 days later, on July 15th. So different people are speculating. What do you do with the Secret Service? What do you do with this whole thing? What do you do with it? House arrest? Home confinement? I don't know. That's what a lot of people are speculating. Maybe they'll say you have to stay in Mar-a-Lago. It doesn't really matter how they spin it. This is classic. This is classic. Some people being so outraged, they go for the gun and just pow 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 pow, and it's like they shoot 8 of their own toes. Like, how did you get 8 shots, 8 different toes? That's crazy. That is crazy. Unbelievable. And I'm not going to dilly-dally around. And you all saw the headline here, the title of my show. Verdict is in on the ungag. Most of you are aware of the fact. Maybe. I don't know. Most of you are aware of the fact that I filed a lawsuit against Judge Marchand for his unconstitutional gag order that he issued against President Trump in conjunction with this ridiculous criminal actions ongoing here in New York. Yeah, the amazing thing about this conviction is nobody to this day knows what he did. I mean, they know this falsification of business records, but to cover up a crime, and no one knows what crime that is. Nobody. Like, literally nobody. Like, the juries themselves don't know which crime. I mean, how sad is that? How sad is that? Maybe. I don't know. I don't. Some probably are. Some probably aren't. I don't think they have the foresight. I don't think they have the foresight to actually know what to do at this juncture. They're just too busy celebrating, popping champagne, that they can now call him a felon, which is ultimately what this was all about. 104 donated to DJT today. If you're convicted of 34 felonies, I think you should at least be sentenced to 34 years. Rest in peace, Lady Justice. She lived a long life and we missed. Cheers. I don't know. It's Class E felonies. And it's like every writing, even checks, even invoices submitted by Michael Cohen, he got another conviction for. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Stop confusing the issue with facts. This is true. That's true. So a lot of you might be thinking to yourself, well, okay, so the gag was for this trial. Trial is over. You got a verdict. What are you fighting for, Joe? What's happening? What's this about? Why should I be supporting you in your effort to ungag Trump? What's all this about? So first and foremost, I'll remind you that nothing about my action here was really rooted in exclusively just this gag order. It's not what this is about at all. It's not about me. It's not about Good Lawgic, my channel. It's not about Donald Trump. My action against Justice Merchan is that I am desperately trying to stop this from becoming a thing. That there's a concept, that there's a fair administration of justice which provides a suitable basis to gag a criminal defendant. This is a horrible decision. Originally constituted by and woven together by DC Circuit Court in the Washington, D.C. case against Donald Trump. And their decision in that case was employed, embraced, and reshuffled and reused first by Judge Engoron in a non-criminal setting, and now by Judge Merchan in a criminal setting. If it can be used against Donald Trump, this concept that there's a state interest or a court interest in the fair administration of justice, which is we think that you are now, by speaking, you're a danger. We can't have justice. Something that the Supreme Court has never embraced before. Quite the contrary. Multiple Supreme Court precedents saying crazy no. The only time you can ever gag a criminal defendant, ever, is in situations where you have this balancing test between different competing constitutional interests. When we're trying to stop one person's constitutional interest from being decimated by someone else's exercise of their First Amendment rights. Usually it's been set in the context of the press and the media, not someone's free speech. But the distinction between free speech and media, free press, it's not really even, it's kind of glommed together by the Supreme Court itself. So much so that the DC Circuit Court took those cases about freedom of the press and the rights to suppress that and said, well, we're allowed to, and where you can and where you cannot, and specifically said, you never can, pretty much never can. And they took these cases and said, you see, I mean, sometimes you can, and this is where you can, in cases that the Supreme Court clearly never authorized at all, never. While saying over and over again, heavy presumption that when you're stomping on someone's First Amendment rights, that is unconstitutional. Heavy presumption, not just we assume, not just we think, usually. No, we start from a presumptive place that this is unconstitutional. That's what Supreme Court says. Now, all of a sudden, DC Circuit Court comes along and says, hey, we're gonna just broaden all these new areas and just all of a sudden create this new concept that, hey, if it's affecting a trial, that's a reason to gag someone. No, that's not a thing. That's not a thing, and it never should be a thing. And whether you love Trump or whether you hate Trump, even if you hate Trump, especially if you hate Trump, you need to recognize and wake up to the fact that ultimately this will be used against everyone, left, right, center, doesn't matter. It will be used. When Donald Trump is gone, 5 years from now, he's not going to be in politics. 10 years from now, he'll be a sweet or bitter memory for a whole bunch of folks. He's not going to be doing anything politically 10 years from now. But this decision will be here 10 years from now. This DC Circuit Court decision, this New York case decision by Merchan. And in addition there too, there will be decision after decision after decision after decision over the next 10 years of, oh, this person's too dangerous, we need to gag him. This person is saying things we don't like, we have to gag him. Until ultimately the state will be clamping our mouths shut. And that's why I'm fighting against this. That's why I'm fighting against this. And that's why I have to work within the justice system as to how it normally operates in order to get the relief that I'm seeking. But ultimately, I want to get the Supreme Court of the United States to overturn that decision. And I feel as if the arguments that have been presented by Trump and his team have been flawed, weak, primarily focusing on the unique status of Donald Trump as president rather than his unique status as an American citizen. The fixation by the Trump defense has been all about, oh my gosh, this is political, this is political attack, this is political speech, and this is why he's allowed to speak. No, that's a very amorphous area. It's true, political speech is the most protected speech. And the Supreme Court said over and over again that the reason we have free speech is primarily to protect the exchange of ideas, and it's most necessary in areas of political speech. So yeah, that's true. But how that would distinguish from other areas of speech is kind of amorphous. No. That is not a way to attack in a way that is compelling to the Supreme Court. The way you attack it is by basically saying DC Circuit Court has completely cluster-farted their interpretation of your precedents and twisted them on their head, turned them into Frankenstein, where they basically were all about like never ever gag someone, and taken like a line from here and a line from there to basically say gag wherever someone's a threat, gag someone who's scary, gag, like a Frankenstein of what those cases actually say. And I want the Supreme Court to basically say, no, DC Circuit Court, you suck in the way you approach this. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. How do I get there? The most effective way to get there is to use this order that's attacking and relying on the DC Circuit Court, basically say, no, niet, this is unconstitutional. And I came to the First Department, made my petition, brought my TRO, went in there, argued on April 16th. And somewhere along the way, I picked up an attorney to represent Good Lawgic. I sued Judge Merchan under what's called an Article 78 proceeding. I sued Judge Merchan, and I brought that forward, and I said, hey, this is wrong, because when you unconstitutionally violated his rights, that violated my rights of freedom of press. I have a rights of freedom of press, and that includes the ability to collect data from a primary source about an ongoing trial. That's one of the most important criminal trials, arguably in American history, and I can't hear from the freaking defendant himself. And I had all these concerns about standing, all these different concerns about standing. And then after I tried ameliorating that situation, the way I tried ameliorating it, basically massaging it to something that's more comfortable, is by actually asking direct questions to Donald Trump and getting a response from his press team saying, sorry, Donald Trump cannot answer these questions because of the unconstitutional gag order that was issued by Judge Merchan in this case. So boom, right there. I'm a member of the media sitting right here. Don't believe me. Don't take my word for it. No. Fancy picture and badge and all. I'm a member of the media working for Good Lawgic LLC. And he said no to me and Good Lawgic because of this unconstitutional order. Because I had grave concerns. The opponents to me, I argued against the district attorney. Yeah, that's right, Alvin Bragg's office. Not him directly. It was Assistant District Attorney Philip Tisney. I argued against the Office of Court Administration, the New York Office of Court Administration. Yeah, that's the office that actually oversees the legitimacy, my ability to maintain my law license. They argue this. They came out on behalf of Judge Merchan. They put in papers against me, fighting against me. And then I had to fight with the clerk's department, the clerk from the First Department, of the appellate division of the state of New York. Try and get this thing done timely. When do they issue a decision? The day a verdict comes down. So you might say, wait, it's too late, Joe. It's moot. Everything's moot. What are you even arguing about anymore? Well, first and foremost, as I said at the outset here, this is not about this case. This is about the decision and the right of the court to actually issue this. So for my purposes, if this case were to wrap up and the gag order was gone, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I don't want this to happen to you tomorrow. That's why when I brought a lawyer on, and I said, look, he said, we're gonna need some money here. Because if you're gonna end up taking this to the First Department is never gonna grant your relief. They're probably gonna try and deny it on standing basis. They're probably gonna say, it's moot or something like that. Not even get to the issues that you're raising. Just try to kick it to punt it, which is what courts love to do. We don't have to think about this because it's punted. Kick to the side. Not even decide whether or not my arguments have merit or not. That was a big concern. Big concern that when this case died, all of a sudden the gag would vamoose. What happens? Is it moot? Does it mean I can't get relief anymore because it's moot? Well, there's an argument that could be made in theory. There's an legal argument that could be made. The concept of a situation that is capable of repetition and evading review. Meaning, if you bring a claim and then the claim dies, but it could happen again, and then it would evade review, it wouldn't be enough time to actually judge at that time that you can judge it here. Classic case, Roe v. Wade. Woman is pregnant. She wants to get an abortion. By the time it works its way through the court system, it takes 3 years. She's not pregnant anymore. But the point is she could get pregnant again. The situation can happen again. She needs to know whether or not the law is going to allow her to get the relief that she's seeking. That's a classic example there. That even though that situation is moot, it's capable of repetition. We could see this happening again and escaping review and not having a chance to be reviewed yet again. So that would be the argument to overcome an issue with respect to the fact that if this gag were to die, that would be an argument to say, hey, they can bring another claim against him, gag him again. That seems like it could work, may not work. It's one more fight I have to latch onto, which is pain in the neck and overcome before I actually get to any judge, an appellate court that's going to look at this on merit. But I knew at the outset here, I'm going to have to go to the First Department. I'm going to have to go to the Court of Appeals. The First Department is unlikely to grant me the relief I want. Go to the Court of Appeals. They too are unlikely to grant me the relief I want. Once they deny me the relief, then I can try to go to the Supreme Court on this constitutional issue. Going to the Supreme Court costs money. You have to actually hire a specialist attorney who write petitions, applications for a writ of certiorari to get approved to actually argue in front of the Supreme Court. And they cost money, thousands of dollars. We're estimating it's going to cost like $25,000 just for that. My attorneys haven't collected a dime yet. Well, I take that back. I raised money, some money. I think so far we raised, I haven't looked at it recently, but so far we raised $27,000. Well, today Donald Trump was convicted on 34 counts. What's the status of his gag order? Any of you know? Is the gag order still in effect? Still in effect? It's hard to know. Well, I'll tell you this. According to Jeff Storbinsky, gag order is still in effect on Trump for New York City hush money trial. And I say, huzzah! Yes, it is. Yes, it is. For one reason or another, this thing is still in effect. One less fight I need to raise. Because if it was moot, I'd have to sit there and try and say, capable of repetition, yet escaping review. And the court might say, I don't think it's going to repeat. I don't think we have to worry it's going to repeat at this stage. So that would be a battle that I could lose before getting this on merit. As I said at the outset of this case, if I win at the appellate division level, that's a win for the city of New York. If I lose there and win in the New York State Court of Appeals, that is a win for the state of New York. And if I lose at the Court of Appeals and win the Supreme Court, That is a win for the entire country. And that is ultimately what I'm looking for. I'm trying to help get a win for the entire country. For you, for me, for your children, for my children. And really for children who have yet to be born. Really for the future of this country, of this very fine republic, which seems to be ripping apart at the seams by politicians and judicial systems which seem hell-bent on asserting their will irrespective of what the will of the people is, based on agendas rather than justice. So first and foremost, this is a win from my end. For our purposes here in getting this gag order overturned, this is a win that's still standing. It's likely to remain standing at least through July 11th and maybe beyond. We don't know. But July 11th is the sentencing date, and we should anticipate that this will be in effect at least through July 11th, which is roughly 45 days from now. He's supposed to be sentenced on July 11th. We don't know what the sentence is going to be. Jail time, no jail time, in-house, out-of-house, in some state pen, wearing an orange jumpsuit. Who knows? You got to figure out what to do with Secret Service if they're going to try and put him into jail. We might see Congress try to remove his Secret Service and say, oh, we're going to take it out. I don't think that's going to pass in the House, though. The Republicans still have a majority in the House. And anyone from the Republican side who actually signs off on such a thing knows that they're slitting their own political throats. So I don't think that's going to happen. And what we're looking at here is that it looks like I got 45 days to try and get some relief. And lo and behold, today, First Department comes down with the decision. You think they gave me a win? You think I got a win? Obviously not that. Let's not be crazy. And yet I did get a win. Let's read through the decision, and we'll see if any of you can figure out exactly where I got the win is. I'll read through the decision in a moment. I will tell you they denied my application. They did deny my application. And yet it's a win. A pretty big win, actually. Let me get to these super chats and then we'll get on it. So can Trump even get on the ballot now and win? 100%. Yes. Convicted on all these things. If he was convicted on every charge pending before him, which he probably won't even face trial in any other of these cases, he still can go on the ballot. The whole issue that they raised is, I mean, I guess in theory, the DC case, if he was convicted, that's close enough to insurrection. I don't know. Perhaps in that scenario. But based on the findings of the court on the 14th Amendment issue and that ballot issue, it seems as if they're saying that doesn't apply. Right? That's what the Supreme Court decision said. That was how they were keeping him off. That there's a special section of Article 14 of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which says that if someone engages in some sort of insurrection, that can invalidate their ability to run for office. The Supreme Court's decision on that basically implies until Congress does something, they got nothing here. You can't do this. You have no authority to do this. But a convict, any convict, someone sitting in a jail right now who's been sitting in jail for the last 15 years could be elected our next president in theory. So that doesn't have any impact on it. Can't even keep him off the ballot based on the Supreme Court decision. New York City will have a wall built around it and 0 deportations when Trump gets back. That's funny. That is really, really funny. That was great to look at. Welcome aboard, Gwyneth. Welcome to the Father. Father was not at all a cult. So if he can still run and take office, was this just their millionth attempt to make him look bad, and that's all? Yes. 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 It's so that jackasses on social media can be like, I don't know about you, but I'd rather a president who's not a convicted felon. That's what it's for. Just for that. Ed, the right to jury trials and accused constitutional right. But states create a statutory right outside the Constitution for prosecution to demand a jury trial. States create a statutory right outside the Constitution for prosecution to demand a jury trial. Can a state create statutory right to a fair trial that must be protected? It wouldn't be as strong as a constitutional right. That's my point. Meaning, the only time we've ever seen the Supreme Court ever say that there's a right to infringe on a First Amendment, the only time that we see that a gag order here is warranted is basically when you see that there's a risk, there's an imminent risk or, destruction of someone else's constitutional rights. Now, you might say, well, what about a mob boss? Hey, we see them get gagged. That happens in United States versus Edwards. We see they can be gagged. So what are you talking about, Joe? And the difference is that when they're being gagged there, situation is that they're trying to commit a crime through their speech. They're trying to engage in some sort of conspiracy to commit murder. So we don't want to be able to basically talk to someone and share the location of an address of a witness, because there's certain parties that he's hoping will hear his message and carry out a hit. So you're looking to protect the life of somebody over here. Not looking to protect someone's feels. That's not what it's about. We're going to gag you to protect someone's feels. Or somebody's saying, I don't want to be like, I'm going to feel bad if people are yelling at me online that I'm testifying against Trump. No, that's not relevant. In fact, the Sixth Circuit has been very express that even if someone's exercise of the First Amendment makes it harder on the state, F you, state. The right to a fair trial, according to the Sixth Circuit, is exclusively the right of defendant. And deal with it. Take it on the chin, state. D.C. Circuit Court obviously disagrees. You know what that means? There's a split in the circuit courts. And this is something that needs to be clarified by the Supreme Court. And that's precisely why, another reason that this is a really important thing for the Supreme Court to weigh in on. It's the type of issue the Supreme Court likes to address also. They love free speech, weighing in on free speech issues. This is so much in the sweet spot of the type of case that the Supreme Court is likely to grant cert to. So that's one of the reasons my attorney, Ron Baruti, has appeared here on the channel before. That's why he's very enthusiastic that this is a case that's going to go to the Supreme Court, and we're going to make great law here. I'll tell you right now, the name of the case is Good Lawgic versus Mershon. You can find it now online, I believe. Index number is 2024-02457. Now that the order has been uploaded, now you can find it. You can find the papers that were filed. And I'm going to be uploading it to my locals, which is goodlogic.locals.com. But just if a state would decide to create its own state right in the interest of the fair administration of justice, that wouldn't give it the same level of protection as a constitutional right. In other words, understand this. You're asking a great question here. So I like how you're thinking, because you're like, okay, well, what about this scenario? What about that scenario? What I'm saying is this. We start with this, and I'm not saying this. I'm not the one who came up with this idea. It's the Supreme Court which came up with this idea over and over and over again. They say that the First Amendment protects your freedom of speech and freedom of press, and it's basically inviolate. You start with that assumption. Now, let's start looking at situations where perhaps you might be able to say it's not completely impenetrable. And they say that if you know for sure that, hey, this exercise, free exercise of First Amendment rights is going to be destroying someone else's constitutional right. Someone else, they have a different constitutional right to a fair trial, for example. Sixth Amendment, 14th Amendment due process. But if a media is making it impossible for a defendant to get a fair trial, then you might take some steps. You might. You have to be positive that that's what's happening. You have to be 100% positive, and then you have to make that relief as limited as possible to ensure that you're protecting someone else's constitutional right. Because basically, this little baby here that we're also worried about, this other person's constitutional right, is literally being suffocated by the media or by someone's First Amendment rights. So because it's a constitutional right, we don't want to let that be suffocated. So we say, hey, down, boy, down First Amendment, down. A little less of that First Amendment stuff because you're suffocating this constitutional right. But that's something that's special, a constitutional right. Just because the state passes a law saying we have a right to a fair administration of justice, that doesn't mean it has the special protections of a constitutional right. So it's a great question, but I would argue no, it doesn't matter at all. It doesn't do anything. Great question, though. Penny, more precise, defendant never gets gagged even without balancing act. Even with balancing act, if Trump is Gotti, it's not words with the problem, but crime through speech. Precisely what I said. Yes, I think you wrote this before I said it. I didn't see what you said it, but yeah, I think you wrote that before I said it correctly. Kathy, a realtor in Jersey, says they accomplished convicting a U.S. president. I'm afraid of what they have planned for the election. Yeah, we should be afraid. Gwyneth says, I've been posting hashtag #ungag Trump on X tonight. Oh, good for you, Gwyneth. Thank you. Winning Reality, how are you? Joe, you exemplify something I talk about all the time. Solution culture. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. I take that as a huge compliment. Take it as a huge compliment. I will tell you this. You know, God willing, many decades from now, when they're writing my epitaph, I want my legacy to be known as my children and those people I helped around me. But somewhere down on that list, if my legacy is a Supreme Court decision in my favor in good Lawgic versus Merchan, I'll be really proud of that little nugget too. I'll be very proud of that nugget. Jack tried and failed to gag Trump on Friday in Florida. Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, I thank you for alerting that. I meant to bring that up the other night and I didn't. That's because I might actually. I did bring that up. I withdraw that. I did bring it up because the judge rejected it and rejected it on procedural bases, saying you failed to confer with your adversaries beforehand, and that is a failing under the rules of the court here. And I'm not going to give sanctions like Trump is asking for, but you damn well better do it properly in the future. Otherwise, I probably will grant sanctions. And don't waste my time unless you've tried to resolve this with your adversaries first. That is not on merit rejection. That is on, and if they do bring it properly, if he does try to resurrect that application, I'm going to file, my lawyer plans on filing an amicus brief on behalf of good Lawgic. Can Trump still pardon himself after this? You can't pardon yourself from a state crime. The president only has the right to pardon only federal crimes. And this is a state crime, so it's unlikely he can pardon this crime. These crimes he was convicted of today. Court of Appeals, here we come. More lawyer mukbang. Yes, more lawyer. That's going to come. More lawyer mukbang. How do you define tyranny? Does this lawfare reach that level? It's a subjective term, tyranny, right? It's subjective, right? I mean, I think at a certain stage, it's like, okay, this is definitely tyranny by any yardstick, but some people, it's a subjective level. I mean, let's not pretend that this is, 1941 Germany. It's not even close. Let's not pretend this is even North Korea. This is not. Frankly, it's not even Canada, right? I mean, it's not. Canada is worse. But who the hell wants to emulate Canada? Adrian would like to remind everyone it's Third Person Thursday. It is Third Person Thursday. And the Scrolls would like to remind you they are friends, not food. What about like perfect mutilation instruments? Perfect instruments for being mutilated. Thanks for distinguishing statutory-based rights versus constitutional-based rights. Constitution wins. Amen. Every time. As the following first step to making our voices heard, smash the like button, please. Yes. I will point out to you, I started this stream with 97,990 subscribers. That's right, only 10 subscribers. 10 subscribers away from 98,000 and 2010. Great movie. 2010 from 100,000. The march is continuing. I'm going to race to see if I get to 100,000 there before I get to 50,000 on Twitter. I jumped up to 48.3 today. So we're going to see. But if you can hit that like and subscribe button, I would be obliged. Do a quick check over on rants, make sure I don't miss nothing. I did. Johnny Reb says, was Wild Wild West with Wilder and Smith a comedy? It was supposed to be. Yes, they were heavy on the puns, but I thought it was adventure Western satire. It was supposed to be funny. When they built it, it was supposed to be funny. Then he says, Joe, I'm trying really hard to get people to follow you, sharing your channel every time I can. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you, Denise. RPP says, yo, Joey, I've asked on locals, I've asked on YouTube, now here. I'm in the dark here. Did Sean send you your box that he received over a week ago? He was supposed to mail it to you. Did he? Did he? Did he? Did he? He did not. But he did contact me today to find out my address, telling me that RPP sent a gift. He wants to send it on to me tomorrow. Joe, did you see my jail singles? This is Johnny, jail singles dealer ALB picks on locals. Jail singles deal. I did not see that. Should I try to check that out? Feel bad. Someone put some in my good Lawgic feed. I'll do a quick look over on locals over here. Let's take a quick look over on locals, and then I'm going to get to. We're going to go over and look at the decision that was issued by the court. The wonderful decision. There's so much here. So much here. Oh my! Trump donation page has crashed following the guilty verdict. Valiant Renegade saying they know not what they just did. Yep. Our Rangers even open. Oh. He's going to get so rich. F all communists, they must die on Pike. Okay. That's a place, I assume, Pikes, right? She's a witch. Banner. Is that what you were talking about, RPP? That don't care, still voting Trump. Was it over on the journey? Gets submitted on tomorrow morning. Edit sooner than I thought. Oh, there you go. Someone shared my decision there. Jury deliberated for 9.5 hours. Jury deliberated for total 9 hours over the course of 2 days before reaching a verdict. That's everyone yelling at me. My fridge art. That's funny. When the second assurance judge, the different scribblings I made. This is so good. This is so good. Different doodlings I made during the course of the show. Different doodlings. That is great. Well done, Asadora. That is great. In other words, I doodled this one point, I doodled this another point, I doodled this another point. I was just sort of like doodling around on the judge's instructions last night. That's amazing. I don't think I see it. Democrat shill. Desperate to remain Robert the Mook. You mook, you big mook. Is it up above? Is that what you wanted me to see? Is it this thing? I don't know what you want. What am I supposed to be seeing here? What am I supposed to be seeing over here? That's not it. I don't know. Newly appointed head juror Henry. That's funny. I missed that one earlier. That's really good. All right, let's get to the decision. I'm sorry, I don't see it, brother. Supreme Court of the State of New York, Appellate Division, First Judicial Department, decided by 5 justices. I had a case once in front of Judge Barbara Kapnick when she was in New York before she got promoted. Judge Barbara Kapnick. Wow. How would I describe Judge Barbara Kapnick? Her demeanor gave me PTSD. We'll just leave it that way. Just saying. Like I was like literally like freaked out. This is like when I was relatively new as an attorney, and I was like freaked out because it was like it was like, you know, everything is like totally fine, totally fine, and then and then all of a sudden it's like, as Bill Burr says, totally Tuna casserole again? Bam! Tuna casserole. It's a great line. All right, petition challenging the order of the Supreme Court, New York County, entered March 26, 2024. The original restraining order amended on April 4th, 2024, which, among other things, prohibited non-party Donald J. Trump, the defendant in the underlying criminal action, from making certain extrajudicial statements, unanimously denied. So that part wasn't perfect. I would have preferred a 3-2 decision. And the proceeding brought pursuant to CPLR Article 78 dismissed without costs. Well, I'm for it not being with costs. I appreciate that. All right, so I got no costs at least. Phew. In this original Article 78 proceeding, petitioners are essentially seeking a judgment pursuant to 78 Article CPLR 78032. We decline to exercise our discretion to grant this extraordinary remedy. See matter of Rush v. Moore due, 68 New York 2nd. See also matter of Dondi v. Jones. We decline to exercise our jurisdiction. Okay. It is well established that although litigants do not surrender their First Amendment rights at the courthouse door, those rights may be subordinated to other interests that arise in the trial setting. U.S. v. Trump, citing the D.C. Circuit Court case, because that's what everyone in New York keeps doing. Remember that case I taught them in the beginning? This is the case I want overturned. This is the decision. They cite this decision, much as Judge Merchan cited this decision. The First Amendment, the First Department, citing that same decision. Internal quotation marks and brackets omitted. The federal restraining order decision from the federal restraining order decision. The federal restraining order decision found that a restraining order was necessary under the circumstances, holding that Mr. Trump's documented pattern of speech and its demonstrated real-time, real-world consequences pose a significant and imminent threat to the functioning of the criminal trial process. By this logic, every time he's ever brought before any trial, he should be gagged. That's what this is basically saying. It's not because of anything he did here in New York, based on the findings that they had there, where there were no findings. They didn't have an evidentiary hearing there. Based on their findings, that is why. In the same vein, Justice Merchan properly determined that petitioner's public statements pose a significant threat to the integrity of the criminal trial proceedings, without there being any claim of there being a causal link. He doesn't even know that there was a causal link. To this day, no one knows there's a causal link between any of the issues, the purported issues the DA complained about, and any statement ever made by Donald Trump. Furthermore, petitioner's objections to the restraining order are merely derivative of Mr. Trump's rights, and we were ready to close. So what's derivative rights? This is a different basis for the claim. We were ready to decline to grant relief to him in a separate Article 78 proceeding. Okay. We have considered petitioner's remaining contentions and find them unavailing. The fact that this is New York, and New York has a different standard than D.C. So, accordingly, motion for a stay of enforcement of the restraining order during the pendency of this proceeding preliminary justice dismissed as moot. What does that mean, dismissed as moot? Well, I brought a petition saying this is what I'm overall seeking, and I also had a second thing, which was a TRO, a motion for a TRO, saying let's lock this up. It's moot because once I lose on the petition, in that case, my TRO would last until the petition until the petition is decided. So since the petition is now decided, meaning this is a final dispositive order, I tried going to the Court of Appeals before I had a dispositive order, and they were like, "No, we're not listening to you." But I didn't have a dispositive order. I needed this dispositive order. I needed them to give me a formal rejection. This is amazing. This is wonderful from the idea of trying to help save the country from this decision. From this decision right here. Because if I win, the court is going to basically have to say that we agree that there's no such thing as a court administration of justice that creates a right to gag a criminal defendant. And that makes this bad law. Today, it's still a good law. Still is the law, at least in D.C. Doesn't seem like it would be the law in the Sixth Circuit, In D.C., it's the law. So that being the case, I first have to go to the Court of Appeals, the highest court in the state of New York. Do I get to go in there as a matter of right? I don't believe I do. I don't believe I do. I think that I have to be granted, they have to say, we approve your right to argue that here, and we'll decide at that time. But whether I get in there as of right, or they reject me, if I get rejected there, I've exhausted all my relief possible in the state of New York and could submit my application for writ of certiorari to the United States Supreme Court. So I'm going to make my best good faith application to get admitted in the court by the Court of Appeals and have them review my application. And I don't know if they're going to accept it. I don't know if they're going to reject it. If they accept it, great. Maybe that means they have an open mind and they're going to say this was wrong. If they reject it, okay. Then we go for a writ of certiorari from the United States Supreme Court. But here's what you don't see anywhere here, which was of grave concern. What did I say at the outset that I was concerned about? I was very concerned that they were going to say, I don't have standing, or it's not really moot. It's kind of moot anyway, because it's about to be decided. They could have found a basis to reject my application without deciding it on merit. They could have said, you don't get to have this application because you're not media. You don't get to have this application because it doesn't apply to you because you weren't specifically harmed. The harm you sustained is no different from anyone else. So you, Joe Neerman, you, good Lawgic, have no right to raise this claim. But that is not what that would have been disastrous. That would have been terrible because then I have to appeal and try and establish that, no, I do have a right. I have a legal right to make this claim. I have specifically been harmed. The win here, the massive win, is not only do I have a dispositive decision, not only is there another 45 days that it seems like this is going to be in effect minimum till July 11th. No. Far more significant than that is the fact that this dispositive decision very clearly accepts any objection that was raised implying that I lack standing. This rejection, because if they don't say there's a standing problem, then it's essentially agreed by the court that Joe Neerman and Good Lawgic LLC do indeed have standing. In other words, what would be the problem if they said I lack standing? So they're not really addressing the application itself. Maybe my application would have merit if it was brought by the right person, but you're not the right person. So we're not going to even think about it. That would have been disastrous. That would have been like, now I have to appeal and get approved by the Court of Appeals that I have standing. That's not what happened. They implicitly agreed, Joe Neerman and Good Lawgic have standing. And here's the reason we think you lose on merit, that your claims are not good enough to overturn the gag order. Which means now, instead of me having a whole fight of like, I'm a proper person to bring this claim, the court has implicitly, inherently conferred upon me, blessed me with recognition that I do have standing, that it is still moot. So, excuse me, that it is still ripe and not moot. Pardon me. And accordingly, there still is a claim that can be adjudicated by a court higher than the first department. Now, the Court of Appeals may decide that they want to address it. They may say, we have no interest in addressing it, and gay event, go away. Arais, get out, scram, get off my lawn. They can say whatever they want to say. If they accept me, then I got to argue in front of the Court of Appeals. Maybe I win there. Maybe it's a win for the state of New York. If they reject me, then I go straight to the United States Supreme Court. Hopefully, that's a court which seems like, I don't know. Now, a lot of people, I will point this out, a lot of people said, you got Justice Sotomayor who's deciding your application in the, as far as, when that writ, it comes up to her. She's the one there overseeing New York claims. Then someone said to me, don't be so afraid of that because she's a big free speech advocate. So who knows? Maybe she will. Maybe I'll get my writ. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. I don't know enough about the United States Supreme Court process to actually know what we should expect is going to happen and come out of that. But I do know that we're moving further along, and Ron Baruti was thrilled, because they could have waited another month here also. They could have left me hanging for another month. You know, I mean, they were relatively quick. When was the turnaround date? Last week that this thing was considered submitted? So this was relatively quick. Well, they told me it was going to take me 4 to 6 weeks. So thank God I got this dispositive rejection quickly and on merit rather than on standing issues. So there you go. That's my show. Thanks for joining. See you all tomorrow. Oh, wait. That's pretty much what I want to talk to you guys about tonight. I'm not going to kid you. That was kind of it. I do think that I figured I was going to take some calls. I also, no, I don't want to talk about that now. Where was I at here? Can the gag remain through duration and sentence? Yeah. Who knows? I don't know. Constitutionally, it shouldn't last for even 10 seconds. Narcissistic tendencies, DNC cult. Yep. Jenny LJ. Hello. Thanks for streaming this. And folks, like and subscribe. Amen. Squirrel mutilation. There's no squirrel mutilation. There's not a cult type of cult. The squirrels will be calling Nick Starrow for represent. No, there is no. I've said that many times. No, there's no mutilating. No mutilating squirrels here. None at all. Let's all sing for Trump's a jolly good Fallon, for Trump's a jolly good Fallon, for Trump's a jolly good Fallon, which nobody can deny. Very nice. A+, thank you. Thank you, Jenny L. All right. You might have stuff on your mind that you want to talk about. You might have issues that you feel need addressing on one level or another. You're going to cover Bragg's press conference. I haven't seen his press conference. Should I check out his press conference? How long is it? Tomorrow is Trump's press conference. Tomorrow is Trump's press conference. Let me see, Bragg. I really don't want to hear from this oversized blowhard. 9 minutes. All right, for 9 minutes. I don't know if I'll make it all the way through. Not sure I'll make it all the way through, but let's see what this blowout is. They're so excited. Look, we got a conviction by Trump. Look at this guy. He can't even. Look at this fat walrus over here. This guy with the plaid tie. This dude can't even contain his smiling. They're such losers. Such losers. Oh my God.
Good evening. First and foremost, I want to thank the jury for its service. Jurors perform a fundamental civic duty.
Yeah, fundamental civic duty
is literally the cornerstone of our judicial system.
Yeah, and you're the rear end of our judicial system.
We should all be thankful for the careful attention that this jury paid to the evidence and the law.
No one knows what they found him guilty of.
And their time and commitment over these past several weeks. 12 everyday New Yorkers.
I blame you. And of course, I blame you that I'm listening to
our alternates heard testimony from 22 witnesses, including former and current employees of the defendant,
board,
media executives.
This is making me rich. No. see him grandstanding here. Everyone thinks it's going to be reversed.
All right, Judge, I want to bring in Professor Jonathan Turley, who has been in the courtroom today. So you're fresh out of there. Can you give us any of the flavor? Because when we thought that the court was going to break for the day, it seems like President Trump and his team seemed relaxed, that he was smiling. Maybe they thought, okay, this jury is still struggling. They're going to leave tonight not having made a decision. Then we get word that verdict is coming in. What can you tell us about the mood inside the courthouse?
It was one of the most bizarre moments I've had in a courtroom, and I was just observing. The judge had just said that the jury could not reach a decision and that we would be dismissed for the day. Some reporters actually gathered their stuff and was starting to leave. And then the judge came and basically said, my mistake, we just got a note saying there's a verdict. Throughout this time, you could feel the building pressure in that courtroom.
Unbelievable. I didn't hear my super chat during the last stream today. You need to move, Joe. If you ever have to go against that judge, you won't win. Besides, Florida needs you. Which judge? Judge Kapnick? I didn't say anything about. I'm telling you how I felt. But, you know, I didn't say anything about her integrity or competence or anything like that. I'm just telling you how I felt. Robert the Mook, was he brave? Would love to see some short form update vids about your suit, summarizing it all so people can share. Could get you to 100K too. Series maybe? Interesting idea, Printer God. Printer God's one of the first ones. I think he's one of the first 1,000 that follow me. I'm almost positive he was one of the first 1,000 that follow me. Printer God. He had a different icon back in that day. I'm trying to remember what it was. But I remember the name Printer God. Is that smirking dude behind Biden's plan to the prosecutor's office, Colangelo? Oh, I don't even know. If Trump is having a press conference, should gather in front of the Supreme Court. Also, FYI, for an unrelated distraction, sent a short vid to your ex. Yes, I did. I thought that was great. I'd seen that before. I plan on sharing that. I thought that was phenomenal. I was thinking about making a video about it. That's how great it is. I was really thinking about making a video about it.
The one person that didn't seem to register it was the former president. He had been chatting with counsel. He didn't show any emotion at all as this mantra of guilty verdicts was read. And there was a great, I think that this is one of those things that is really embodies the entire Trump era. There were people who clearly were thrilled by the result. And there were people that will be very sad by it. I was saddened to watch it. I disagree with this verdict. I think, as I've said before, that this case was legally unfounded. When they were reading those guilty verdicts, the one thing that we didn't know is really what he was found guilty of. Because if you remember, the judge
that's what I said on
jury
X.
To find guilt on any one of 3 secondary crimes.
I'll tell you what he's found guilty of. He was found guilty of causing too much taxes to be paid. That's what he was guilty of, causing too much taxes to be paid. Because that was one of the 3 options that the judge gave him. You can find him guilty of too much taxes being paid, because that's a crime.
We weren't told whether the jury found any one of those crimes, whether they found all 3 of those crimes. I'm not too sure we will know that. That's one of the many issues that I think presents reversible problems in this case. So what I would say is that this is a historic moment. We all have to take a breath. But for those upset by this verdict, remember this remains a country committed to the rule of law. And this is going to go up on appeal. I think it's going to be reversed in this.
But they're going to take their time reversing it. First Department is not going to reverse it. First Department is not going to reverse it. Court of Appeals may reverse it. It's not going to reverse in the First Department.
State or federal systems. But it's moments like this when you're on the other side, when you disagree with a verdict, that you have to take a leap of faith in the rule of law. It's what defines us. Many people feel that this case really embodied the antithesis of that. But as a country as a whole, we have a system in place to review this. For Donald Trump, That's not going to happen before the election in all likelihood.
Yep, because they want to be able to call him convicted felon! Convicted felon!
But let's keep in mind that this is not the only court. It's just the first one.
Well, and there have also been jury trials and judges and decisions that have been made that have already been tough for the former president in other contexts too, in the business context, in another personal case involving E. Jean Carroll. I mean, there are other decisions that have been made against him that have been very difficult. They've been in New York. What do you think that portends or does not with these other cases we have pending? Georgia doesn't look like it's going to get to a trial before we get to November. You've got the two federal cases. We're waiting for the Supreme Court decision on immunity, which could come as early as next Thursday. We get opinions then again. What will that case mean to all of these things that are pending or have already been decided? When it comes to this question, we heard the arguments there at the Supreme Court. There were two extremes. Anything and everything the president does, you can't question any of it. There must be full immunity from any kind of criminal activity. Two, there's nothing. There's no protection from him. We know the justices are going to land, we think, somewhere in between, not go with those extremes. But how critical now is that decision as we wait for that?
It's not going to be relevant on this case. It's not going to be relevant on this case because that action is not within the ambit of his presidency. So even if they gave Trump's defense everything that they want, they were saying anything he does in the ambit of his presidency is free from criminal prosecution unless he gets impeached for that activity first. His personal records is in no way, shape, or form going to be deemed part of the ambit of fulfilling his presidential duties. So I'd be shocked if Turley says anything different from that.
Well, it's very critical, both in terms of the law and the timing. The court did seem to reject the extremes on both sides. They didn't like the extremes of the Trump team in terms of the sweeping immunity, but they also didn't like the Court of Appeals approach. They felt that it gave too little recognition of the needs of the office. So they could end up sending this back for further evidence and for determinations by the trial court. It seems unlikely that the judge will be able to get that done before the election. Florida does not appear to be heading towards a trial before the election.
And that's the federal Mar-a-Lago documents
yes,
case.
and as someone like
I thought she was asking in the context of these convictions. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that definitely is going to take. I think he's going to tell Judge. I think they're going to tell Judge Chutkan. This is how we're defining what is the orbit of presidential duties. Like, okay. Certain things, and when we talk about this is important. It's a good time to talk about this a little bit. When we talk about what are presidential duties, right? So he's commander in chief. So obviously, let's say he issues an order on the battlefield, and tells his generals, "I want you to attack here," and someone makes a claim that that's illegal under some law, American law, federal law, whatever it is. That is clearly defined as his actual responsibilities. That is part of the job of the president. Similarly, all negotiations with foreign dignitaries. Someone says that if someone tries asserting a claim that he breaks the law in that is clearly his duties. There are other, because he's the chief of the executive branch, there are other areas which seem like they're within that, but maybe they're not. And I would submit that they likely are going to say any functions being carried out by an executive agency in comporting with federal law that is ultimately going to come back to him is something that he cannot be deemed is considered part of fulfillment of his duties. So, for example, anything with respect to a federal election fraud, there are agencies that oversee to make sure there's not federal election fraud. Those agencies ultimately report back. It's not Donald Trump individually doing it. They're serving at the will of the president. So even though that's not his primary duty, since Congress basically now made this a federal law and he's the chief of the executive branch, even though it's not in the Constitution that he's supposed to oversee it, he's overseeing the agencies which are the ones who are enforcing these laws. So you can understand how that is definitely, fits squarely, even if it seems like he's acting in self-interest, saying, go through it until you got enough votes to overturn your state because your state election sucked. that it sounds self-serving if you're on the other side. If you heard Biden saying something like that, you wouldn't be happy about something like that. Imagine after the November election, if you heard him calling up North Carolina Secretary of State and saying, I think I won that state, and basically pressuring, or seemingly pressuring them to reassess everything. And I know I've listened to the phone call twice on this stream. I know that there was nothing wrong with the phone call. My point is that even if there was something wrong with the phone call, even if there had been, which there definitely was not, definitely not. If you listen to it in context, the whole find me the votes in that Brad Raffensperger call is a joke when you in context, because he specifically says, don't you want to have a fair election? Don't you want to have one? Don't you want to know that your elections are fair? So he clearly was not asking them to make up ballots for him, if you actually listen to the whole call. But the point is that even if he had been doing something like that, even if it could be interpreted that way, since he's acting in the scope of trying to actually make sure that elections are acting with integrity, as long as it has that sort of aura to it at all, it's not something that could possibly be brought up as far that he could be charged with once whether he's in office or even after he leaves office. That's what I anticipate the court is going to say. Now, even with that being said, there are other things that he did or said which may not be really at all in that vein. For example, speech at the Ellipse he gave on January 6th. It's very hard to argue that he's trying to help effectuate, even though I understand many people from, who are big supporters of transparency in our election and who might have gone to stop the steal and things of that nature. It's hard to argue that tie to tell these people to peacefully protest is part of his presidential duties. It's just another step removed, rather than him actually doing something to tell someone, hey, you need to run your elections better. Him doing that is him carrying out his functions. Him giving a speech to people who are not under his employ saying, go protest, that's not part of what presidents, so that would likely not be qualified as something like that. So what I anticipate the court is likely going to do, the Supreme Court is going to say in their decision is, hey, look, you can only raise allegations that are not within the orbit of his duties. His duties are anything that's in the Constitution or anything that an executive agency is trying to oversee. Now, so if you have a complaint which raises allegations that has that, you have to strip those out. Then see what allegations don't fall in that. Put those together and see, do you have a viable criminal charge? And if you still have a viable criminal charge, those criminal charges can proceed. In order to do that, Judge Chutkan is going to have to actually go through the complaint and start figuring out, this is here, this is not here, strike them all out, and then go back to Jack Smith and say, what charges do you have left here and that you want to proceed on? This is all going to take a lot of time. So it's really difficult to conceive that all of this and these charges, and then once you have these new charges, now he's got to be able to respond to these new charges. So it's almost inconceivable, the idea that she could jam pack all this together. Even if Jack Smith could cogitate some sort of charge against him with what's left after the Supreme Court is done, and Judge Chutkan enacts the Supreme Court's decision, that all will likely take way too much time. Will be past November before he's facing any sort of trial in D.C., which is very fortunate because he has zero chance with the D.C. court, a D.C. jury, zero. They could seriously claim that he committed a crime of flipping the bird to someone, and they'll be like, well, we don't know if that's First Amendment. That could be deemed a threat, and he's trying to threaten someone, and he flipped the bird, and that's dangerous. And be like, that's freedom of speech. What the hell are you talking about? How is there any crime here? When is that a crime? No, Trump did it. And they'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, guilty. 12 people, easy, in D.C. So that's why he's fortunate. That doesn't seem as if they're going to be able to get that case to go forward until, hopefully, he's sworn in as our next president. If Trump is having a press conference, should get in front of the Supreme Court. Also, FYI, oh yeah, I saw that. Sorry. The universe tends to unfold as it should. Harold and Kumar go to White Castle. There you go. I'll make sure I didn't miss anything in the ghetto. Sure, I missed nothing in the ghetto. Barb loves Alaska. Hitting me up at 10 saying, now you can appeal the decision. Sure hope that's good news. We need good news. It's great news. It's phenomenal news. Newsmax, Johnny Reb is sharing with me an article here. What is this article? Gag orders assault more than free speech rights. Interesting. Newsmax. New York-based lawyer Joseph Neerman observed the. Look at this. What? What's not got a pop up here? What is that? Yeah, I shared this article before. I shared it on X. Hey, and Barb's saying congrats on 98,000 strong. All right, we crossed the 98,000 threshold. I haven't checked yet, but that is pretty awesome. Feeling that 100,000 coming. Feeling that 100,000 coming. It's coming. It's finally coming. Oh my God. Like the last person on LawTube to get it. Everyone else in LawTube makes fun of me. They're like mocking me. Ha, 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 ha. It's really embarrassing when we get together at these functions. I'm like, oh my God, what's wrong with you, Joe? What's wrong with you? All right. What I'm going to do now, what I think is important to do, is I really want to talk to you guys. That's right. I do. I want to talk to you. You didn't think that was coming. I know. I didn't want you to talk to you guys. That's right. So, you want to ask me questions about my lawsuit against Mershan. You want to talk about the Trump. You want to talk about any of these Trump cases or the convictions. You want to talk about life or personal issues that you're dealing with. You want to talk about dating. If that's your thing. I'm putting my call-in number over here. I'm going to be taking calls. I'm going to pin it in both chats. The call-in number is 972-454-0703. 972-454-0703. PB and J. Hold on a second. I get to your chat in a second. I'm going to drop in the ghetto first. All right, let's pin there now. All right, that's there. What do I got going on here? Today is ridiculous. The unjust verdict at the fault of a biased judge. I'm a member of the New York Bar Association. I can't call him biased. That's your words, not mine. There's nothing more than further divide an already divided country. I agree with that, 100%. The DA, because now it's like, you see, we're right to go after him. He's a felon. He's a felon. DA's office shouldn't have championed for this. Trump is correct. Today is a sad day for all Americans. Yep, but the left is too stupid to realize it. Nick might not go to prison, but he will go to hell. I wish I could promise anyone would not go to hell. You're killing it lately, Joe. Thank you for your hard work and the chuckles. Oh, thank you, Jennifer. That's so kind. Cute cats, too. Cute cats. So, look at that.
Call from Stephanie. To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Stephanie.
Hi, Joe.
You are our first call tonight. You watching on YouTube or you watching on Rumble?
YouTube.
All right. So YouTube won the race. So what's on your mind tonight, Stephanie?
I had a question. So I've been more getting into like the politics and paying attention than I ever did to. And to be honest, I feel like it's just depressing because I've been catching on to all the corruption going on and with the elections, everything going on with that. And I'm wondering what your advice would be as far as to feel like my voice or my vote or any of that matters or counts.
That's a really great question. Where do you live?
I live in Indiana, well, right by Louisville.
All right. All right. First and foremost, you live in a big city. You live more in a suburban or a country type of area. What kind of jurisdiction? More rural area? What type of area are you living in?
Well, it's growing. It used to be rural, but it's growing.
I don't want you to dox yourself. I'm not asking you to do that, but
No, that's okay.
no, I
it used
definitely don't want you to do that. I'll feel terrible if that happens. What I would suggest to you, okay? What I would suggest to you is you happen to be blessed that you live in a red state, relatively red state in Indiana. What I would suggest to you, and what I suggest to everyone is, you want to get involved in your local if you really care about the direction that the country is going. You want to get involved in your local politics. What do you do for a living?
Well, I do government contracting.
Okay. All right. Government contracting. I don't know, like on a private basis or public, for the public? Like, so it's government contracting. I don't know what that means. You work for the government or you work for private place?
I work for a private company that we work on government contracts.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, what I would tell you is you can always get involved on a local level in politics to make sure that your voice is heard. And the context in which you get involved in local politics really there's an unending way, an unending unending list of ways that someone can participate in local politics to ensure that the infectious, terrible ideas that the left is constantly trying to bathe America in isn't hitting your local area. Like, even if it's something like being on a zoning board or planning board or something like that, or a school board, to ensure people don't appreciate the value of how important these things are to ensure that basic American values are remaining strong. So for example, if you're on a school board, I mean, we see how many school boards are basically being taken over. The first step is to first be aware as to what is happening. And this is an even number election year, which means you are not alone in waking up to the politics. When you say that, you're being alerted to everything, politics is boring for most people 3 years out of 4. Right? I mean, it's like, you think I want to sit here, you think that most people are sitting there saying like, oh yeah, let's analyze what's happening in some election have 1,000 miles away, that in some city. No one cares about that. No one cares about that at all. But in even number of years, whenever you have an election year, folks start being like, all right, I gotta start paying attention to what's happening now. And it just becomes the volume becomes greater and greater and greater. So this is a great time for people to start being awakened to this. And that's why I think it's fascinating that they were so foolish as to bring all of these charges, specifically that the trials would come in an election year. Because they're basically, I think that they foolishly thought that these trials would hurt Trump. Clearly they thought, they had no idea that these trials would actually help Trump. And it was almost certainly purposeful that all 4 of these cases brought in the tail end of 2023 to all come and expected, because everyone knows it takes roughly an hour, it takes roughly a year for a trial to basically come around, and all nicely timed to try and mature into basically being tried in sometime in mid to late 2024. Every one of them. And they all blossom at the same time, and they figured this is basically going to just destroy any hopes he has for the presidency. And they didn't realize that this is a time of year when people are waking up to what's happening here, and when these charges seem so manifestly manufactured, so manifestly designed to say gotcha, even if we can't tell you what we got on, but we can say gotcha, that the American people are just like, are you out of your freaking minds? Like, what's happening here? So I think that you being awakened now is actually something that the rest of the country is steadily coming to. And I think that it's a healthy thing to, at the very least, try and get involved in your local politics. I don't know how much free time you have. I don't know what your personal story is. You know, the guy, the persistent, who's that guy? Scott Pressler. I mean, literally is like somebody who has no affiliation with anyone. And he just decided, you know what? I'm going to go around the country and try and get people to register as Republicans and recognize just how terrible the Democratic Party is for them and for the country. This is a guy who literally has probably signed up more people to the Republican Party than any person in human history. And he's just a guy that said, you know what, I'm just going to do it. I mean, I'm sure he's making a killing doing it now. When he started, I'm sure he wasn't making a dime. But he just went out there and he just said, I'm going to talk and I'm going to get involved with people so they can understand the importance of this. So, you know, the nature in which you get involved really depends a lot on your personality. It's not everyone's as outgoing as Scott Pressler. Most people are not. Depends on the nature of your comfortability of speaking in front of others. But I would say this, even just having dialogues with other people around you so they are awakened to the gravity of where our country is headed and where things are going. So the dialogue is happening, and that is a healthy thing. That's a great thing. It's a great thing because you can't just wake up every 4 years, because otherwise, by the time you when you come back to us 4 years from now, I'm not saying you individually. I'm not talking to you, Stephanie. I'm saying like a lot of people think like that, and they don't realize that during those other 3 years, a lot of crappy things are happening that are making it almost impossible to fix it in the fourth year.
The first time I've ever voted in my life, and I'm going to be 43 years old, was when Trump ran the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And my family, my mother, rest her soul, she's since passed, uninvited me to Thanksgiving because I voted for him.
Does he vote for Hillary?
No, Trump. I voted for Trump.
Oh, because you voted for Trump?
Yeah, uninvited me to Thanksgiving. And then, I mean, she's since passed, but, and then the next time I voted again, but all that nonsense went on with the elections. And so it's kind of made me feel like, does my vote matter?
Right.
And my sister-in-law ran for the school board in Loudoun County, Virginia, and her and my brother are both very Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can't really talk to them about politics.
Right. Right. Well, look, there are people out there who are incapable of having a thought-provoking conversation. They're just too triggered, especially when it comes to Trump, because he is very polarizing. He has a bombastic nature and a host of shortcomings on a personal level, just as a person, which make him very off-putting to a lot of people. Now, he happens to be phenomenal as a president. He just is. He's just really good at the job. But and his personality, a lot of people find it obviously very engaging. But there's no denying the fact that in certain ways he can be rude or kind of, a jerk to people he doesn't like and self-involved. I've said many times that I think he's easily the best president of my lifetime, as far as his quality as being a role model for how people should conduct themselves on a day-to-day basis. I'd be horrified if my kids grew up to have the personality of Donald Trump. I'd be humiliated by that. So you sort of need to know where to. I would certainly urge anyone who's talking with others to first and foremost urge you to pick your battles as to not to sort of recognize why it is that people don't like Trump or disagree with him specifically. And then to not try and protest that they're wrong about that, because A, they're not about in certain capacities, and B, they're just going to tune you out on anything else you say. So you sort of need to You need to give that validation and then just say, okay, maybe he is a terrible person. You know, there are a lot of great people. One of the things when I talk to people about Trump, I'm like, there are a lot of people who are genuinely great men, real high value, great men who were terrible presidents. It just happens to be that this is a job that's not the nature of the person, which is really determining how good they or bad they are at the job. It's just it's a weird kind of job that way. John Adams, for example, one of the founding fathers of this country, a legit great man in both personal and public life. Like just, I mean, this is the guy who fought for. He defended the British when they were being accused for the Boston Massacre and won. Like they wanted to lynch those British soldiers in the Boston Massacre, and he proved to the jury there that the order to fire was not issued by the commander of the troops, but by someone unruly guy in the crowd behind them. And the proof that he had for that case, in case you're wondering, proof that he had for that was the commander was standing in front of the troops and he was risking dying by ordering them to fire. And the point being, they weren't ordered to fire, but it wasn't like they were acting under the command of it was just mayhem that happened because someone behind them was sort of taunting them, saying, go ahead, fire, fire, fire. So then, and the troops started firing because they thought that the commander was screaming it when it was really someone else. He argued this, and he ended up, this is before the Declaration of Independence, and even before he was part of Congress. And he successfully argued that they're innocent, and he got them acquitted. This is a great man who stood up to mobs that wanted to take him down. You know, that, and he was standing up for what's right and what's just and for morality. And he was a very, very moral person in his personal life, in his private life, in his public life. And he's clearly recognized as one of the founding fathers. And when he became our second United States president, he was terrible at it. Terrible, like lousy, awful. One of the worst presidents, arguably. You can make cases he's one of the 5 worst presidents we ever had. Great man, great politician, terrible president. So the reason I bring this up is to point out that the personality of the individual, the greatness of the man or the shortcomings of the man are not correlated to how effective or how good they are for America. And
Right.
that even though he might be a narcissist, Trump, it's hard to argue that he's not. I mean, look, the guy puts his name on gold on anything he owns. It's like, you know, you kind of wonder if like his toilet paper says Trump on it, you know, in gold letters. I mean, think about how crazy that is. That's kind of crazy. It just happens to be that the guy is actually, you know, he's standing up for, let's not cancel our opposition. He's standing up for, and he says it in the way he frames it even is frustrating because it's like they're trying to cancel me because they want to come after you. But it happens to be true. And then when you're standing up and recognizing that he actually cares about the black community and passing all these different things to help the black community and still being labeled a racist and you know, and how the economy was great and how hard they worked to try and make him look like so tyrannical, while they're literally canceling us and putting their opponents in jail any way possible. And that this is just the stark contrast between the nature of leadership between a Biden or a Trump is just, if you look at just policies and you ignore what's happening on social media, this is not even close. It's not even the same ballpark. So you can at least get them to recognize that you're not some crazy person who's just, you know, has a shrine to Donald Trump that wallpaper all over your wall, and the reason that you support him is because of what he does as a leader and the influence he has. That there are no new wars. Don't you want to have no wars? Like, don't you want to have a peaceful planet? Wouldn't you prefer if Putin is terrified that Trump, whatever reason that Putin's not invading Ukraine during Trump's presidency, he's doing it under Obama, he's doing it under Biden, but he's taking time off. Is he doing it because he likes Trump? I don't know. Is he doing it because he thinks Trump is a lunatic who might turn Russia into nuclear waste? I don't know. But whatever it is, it works. So like, that's what we care about. I don't care if they think that he's great or they hate him or they're scared of him. I just care that his results work. And that's what Americans should care about. And when you had dialogues like that, people can better appreciate that you're not crazy, you're not a lunatic, you're not someone who's who's been blinded by this con man, but that you actually have a thoughtful self-assessment, which is difficult for them to refute your points. See what I'm saying?
Well, after that happened at Thanksgiving, from then on, I refused to talk politics at all with my family.
That's another
The only
alternative.
person I would speak with is my husband about it, but any outside family, because they're all in Virginia and very democratic, I just refuse to even have the conversation with them any longer.
That's always another alternative. Anyway, I appreciate your call so much, Jennifer. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
Have a good night. All right. Let's see what happens here with the calls. Some people here called me a bunch of times while I was on that phone call. We'll see if they get through next. We got a whole bunch of phone calls here. Charles Coe, if they get Trump on 34 clerical errors, they need to look into Charles Ortel and his research into the Clinton Foundation. Really?
Call from
Scott.
Scott.
Oh, it's real. This is real life.
What's real life?
My call went through.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I want to share with the audience something, by the way, something that
sure
that I mentioned in my stream earlier today, but there's a bunch of folks who are watching now who didn't see me when I was first covering this. He's saying that if they got him in his 34, because Charles Coe wrote here that if they can get Trump on 34 clerical errors, then they need to look into Charles Ortel and his research into the Clinton Foundation. Yeah, I think that the lawfare is going to come hard and fast. The other thing that I wanted to point out, one of the things that I kept pointing out in spaces when I was arguing with some people from the left, is something, it was a point that someone made in my chat here, which I thought was a phenomenal point. If you want to understand, let's just think about what he's been convicted of now. They are saying that someone advanced money for him to help pay off and silence a porn star, and that he had a duty to report that. And the reason he didn't report it is because he didn't want the public to know about these allegations from the porn star. So, but since he got that money advanced in his favor, there's a legal duty on him to report that as election donation, and his failure to do that is a crime. And every time that Michael Cohen submitted an invoice, anytime he recorded that invoice in a ledger, or someone from his agency recorded in his ledger, and anytime a check was cut to him, those are 3 different writings, and each of those writings is another crime, another crime, another crime. And the point that someone in my chat made to me was this, and this is something I want you all to be aware of, because a lot of people are not aware of this. It is well documented that Congress has a slush fund, which is a mass, like a pot of money that is set aside that is designed to be used to pay off people who make claims about sexual harassment or other sexually charged claims against members of Congress. There's a set slush fund, which they say there have been literally hundreds of allegations that have been paid off that relate to congressmen and women on both the left and the right, on both sides. That there's been millions of dollars that have gone out to pay off these types of allegations on behalf of Congress. And I can promise you, so what happens there is now Congress and this slush fund, according to this claim, is donating to each of those campaigns, helping those campaigns out. And if that's what's happening there, then each congressperson who's been a beneficiary under this ruling had a duty to report it, but they didn't. And that failure to report it is not something that any other person has been prosecuted for. The only person who's ever been prosecuted for that alleged failing of duty to report under the Federal Election Campaign Act, if there is a duty to report, there are literally hundreds of congresspersons who are in violation of that right now, and none of them, not one, has ever been criminally charged, so much so that we don't even know who they are because they're so effective in silencing those folks. and silenced them, so the public never knows about it. But everyone here not only knows about Stormy Daniels, but we have to have a whole stupid testimony about some fake, stupid, like crazy sex scene that she draws out, which sounded about as credible. It sounded about as credible as any tale you've ever heard about a Yeti, but still was accepted by this very, very fair and impartial New York jury. That he's now convicted, 34 convictions, every stupid single writing related to any payment of that. This is just such an abortion of justice. This is so unjust, so corrupt, so distasteful. It makes everyone think that our judicial system sucks and that it's corrupt and that it's all about who do you like and who are we going to prosecute, and that lawfare is a very real thing that Americans have to be concerned about for a long time. And if you're on the wrong side of the aisle from whoever is controlling the levers of prosecution, woe unto you if they catch you in their radar, because they'll find something to get you on. That's the message America took from this. Terrible, terrible day for America in that sense. Terrible day for America. And the only response is to get angry about it and say, I'm going to go to rallies on this. I'm going to be marching. I'm going to be protesting about this because this is messed up. This is completely, completely messed up. And I don't want to live in a country that thinks that that's what justice is. Anyway, I'm sorry, Scott. I got on my soapbox for a little bit there.
No, actually, it's quite serendipitous that the questions that I had were in relation to just exactly what you were talking about. So either you are a psychic or I don't know what, but very good timing of things.
What was your question?
Well, the main thing is I'm just trying to figure out, because I'm in chats and stuff and everyone's all happy with these convictions, but I'm like, all right, well, let's see if I can actually understand what this is. But from what you said, it seems the main focal point of what is the illegal act, let's say, is that he didn't report these advances that Cohen made as
donations.
What was it? As donations. So that would be considered donations under that federal elections.
Right. Well, we don't even know.
Act.
So let's be clear. I like that you're asking this because this is something that I think that probably less than 1% of the country has actually analyzed it to exactly the step-by-steps. And the only reason I can fully appreciate this is because I went through the jury charges yesterday. So I'm going to try and explain it as best I can. New York Penal Code 175-10 makes it a crime to falsify records.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just start with this. If you falsify any records, that's a crime, but it's only a misdemeanor. The way you get that up to a felony, a Class E felony, which is the lowest level felony that we have in New York, the way you get that up to a felony is if the reason if the prosecution can prove that your motivation for falsifying those records was to help commit or conceal a crime.
Oh,
okay,
that's right.
So
you mentioned that during that Fox News commentary that you're talking about, that there wasn't that motive wasn't really, well, from your perspective, was not fully established.
Well, let me walk a little further here, because this is
okay. I'll wait.
This is part one. Okay, so that's what he's technically convicted of. Okay, that he's violated 175-10, that he falsified records 34 times for the purposes of concealing a crime. Well, the obvious question is, what crime? Right? So then the question is, well, what is the crime that he was concealing? So, in order to establish that, they said, well, there's a New York election law crime. And the New York election law, so this is the predicate crime. We call like the crime that he's concealing. So we're going to call it the predicate. The first crime there, that it's depending on this. So that we call that the predicate crime. What's the predicate crime? The predicate crime is New York election law, which says that you cannot do something unlawful in order to help win an election. Well, now you have to ask yourself, okay, well, now I need to come to another law. What's the unlawful thing that I did in order to win an election? This is how many steps that the jury technically was supposed to be walking down that I'm positive they never did. But I wasn't there, so I can't tell you that as a statement of fact. So now, and Judge Mershon gave them three options. as to, so now you're going to be asking, okay, so what's the unlawful activity, which would now be, now he violated that federal New York election law, then now we can get him that it's not just a misdemeanor, but when he has the records that he's trying to conceal that he violated this New York election law. So what's the first unlawful act? The predicate, right? This is essentially what we're at here.
Proceeding. Yeah.
So they say, well, that is that when Michael Cohen loaned him money, advanced money for him. So first you have to say it's with his knowledge, which is difficult to understand because it seems like there's no time that he actually told him of it. That seems remotely believable. And that he basically, and that Michael Cohen's actions on his behalf and with his encouragement, behest, or solicitation for Michael Cohen to do this, working in concert with him, I don't know, conspiracy, I don't even know, they don't even say conspiracy, but that he directed him to help make this payment purposefully to win an election, which is why if it wasn't to win the election, if it wasn't to win the election, it's got nothing to do with New York election law, right? Because, and he was doing it for 30 years for literally any person who came and made an allegation against him, he would throw money at them. He was doing it in the 90s because he's worried about his PR. He's worried about whatever. You think this is the first time that Donald Trump put his hands where they didn't belong, for crying out loud? He paid off a whole bunch of people.
There's recordings of that too for jokes.
Exactly. So that's what he would do. I'm not saying this guy is, he's John the Baptist here. I'm simply saying that. So why is he paying her off? If he was not in the election, you think he would have paid her off? Really good chance, considering he was doing the same thing in 1994, right? So you think there's a pretty good chance he would have paid off Stormy anyway. But anyway,
one of the biggest failures from a lot of people, not to interrupt you, but quick interjection, is that one of my biggest critiques for people that are, I guess, celebrating, or they're only saying the hush money because that's what's in the headlines. But to my knowledge, that's not, like you just stated, and you affirmed with what you said, that's not really an illegal thing. It's not really. It's not at all illegal. Yeah, not at all illegal. Okay, so then there you go. That's completely. It's them these people that I read these messages. I mean, welcome to the internet, but it's a baseless statement then, because if they're only relying on the notion that hush money is an illegal act, but that thus it is not. Okay.
And part of the reversible error, by the way,
understanding what it is.
Part of the reversible error is the judge refused to instruct the jury that payment of hush money is not illegal, which almost is begging them to be confused and assume that it is. It's practically begging them to believe that payment of hush money is illegal. So that right there is the worst part. It's probably the worst part, which makes a reversible error. Like, how does anyone know that that's not what they thought? Because there was no direction from the judge on that, and there was clearly the implication from the prosecutor that that's what's happening here. That the hush money itself, is that the hush money is where the crime's committed. But anyway, one theory. So remember, I said that. So there's a law that says it's a violation of New York law to try to win an election, any election, using unlawful means. Well, what are those unlawful means? Well, one of those bases, he gave 3 different bases. I don't remember all of them, but one of them was there's a law that requires you to report your taxes accurately. And if you fail to report your taxes accurately, even by overpaying, that is a crime. That is a crime. Okay. So that would be the unlawful. What is the unlawful act that he did to win an election? That he overpaid taxes, because if Michael Cohen was really loaning him money,
it's on the balance sheet and not on his income statement.
We have to sort of think about the taxes for a moment here. Let's think about how this whole thing would have worked. Michael Cohen let's assume Michael Cohen really did loan him the money. Loan him $130,000. Now Trump says, I'm not giving you $130,000. If I give you $130,000, I don't want people to know. Essentially, this is what the left will say. I don't want people to know that you loan me this money. So what I'll do is I'll pay it to you as salary. And when I pay it to you as salary, you're going to have to pay taxes on it. So I'm going to double that up and I'll pay you double. So really, if it's a loan and you repay a loan, you don't pay taxes on that. There'd be no taxes on it. if I loan you $1,000, and if I loan you $1,000 today, and a year from now you repay me that $1,000, that's not income I earn. That's just you repay. That's I recovered a loan.
Principal. Yeah.
Right. So I wouldn't. So that I get zero income from that. Well, he helped create a situation where Michael Cohen claims $400,000 in income. That was not actual income, but it was actually to repay a loan. So now there was all that tax money that was paid off, and he deceived the IRS into believing that they were owed these taxes and receiving those taxes when they really were not owed those taxes, should not have received those taxes, and reporting those as wages and paying taxes on them should never have happened. And you deceived them in saying, I owe you taxes. So by paying taxes that were not owed, giving money to the IRS and claiming I owe you money and giving them money, that is the crime. Which basically makes Donald Trump the only person in American history to ever be convicted of paying too much taxes. I mean, think about how crazy this is. I mean, think about how insane that is, because that's essentially what the crime is here now. That's what supposedly was unlawful here. There were two other options, but then the other thing he said was there could be two other options as to why you think that his activity was unlawful. And no matter what it was, you can disagree. Some of you might say that it was this unlawful, and others might say the other unlawful. But as long as you all agree that there was some unlawful activity anywhere, that's enough. Convict him. Even if some of you say you don't have to have like check to make sure that you're on the same page as to what the unlawful act was. So it's like that's what Turley was saying. How do you have unanimity when one person thinks he committed crime A, another person saying he committed crime B? And that's not unanimous. And I kind of philosophically, if I'm going to get into the weeds here on this, philosophically, I'm not sure if I agree with Turley on that criticism. I don't know if that's going to win the day for him on the appeal. The reason I don't know if that's going to win the day for him on the appeal is because I guess violation of New York election law could be if someone does any unlawful act, they're all in agreement that he violated that New York election law. Whatever the underlying unlawful act was, they're all in agreement that there was an unlawful act somewhere, so that they're all in agreement that the New York election law was broken. So it's a little bit complicated what I'm explaining here. I don't know if you're understanding what I'm saying.
Well, do you think this somewhat opens the door? You kind of hinted at this with the Congress having a slush fund, but do you think this somewhat opens the door for these qualifiers to move misdemeanors up to a felony for a whole wide range of politicians? Because if
theory,
it seems that
in theory, yeah,
I feel like this could blow up in many politicians' faces that are excited
if
for.
all of a sudden AOC gets hit with charges.
It feels like it just opens the door for more nonsense, in my opinion. But it's, what do I know? I don't know this stuff.
It could, I guess, politicians could have their necks in the news. It seems so crazy, especially when you consider that how many members of Congress are in violation of the way this law is being interpreted. That it just seems like how serious
how long
can you
it's been going to.
It's been going on for decades. It's been going on for decades with Congress. It's Congress's dirty little, not so well kept secret. But I mean that they have tons of secrets that they pay to go away. So, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Joe. I've been watching for probably a year or two now, and the first time I've been more active in watching your streams, and I really like you're very precise, and you're very. I found you through Nick, and I hope that whole thing gets better. But I really like you're very good at your analysis. So I can't.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to more streams from you.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate the call. You're awesome. Have a great night.
Have a wonderful night.
You're welcome. Thank you for correcting me on the thing. My mic was a little loose here. That's why it was sort of jerking around on me. I appreciate you correcting me on that, because when the audio goes to hell, there's no way for the podcaster to know. We don't hear any difference. So, could the Supreme Court step in ASAP? Yeah, I guess they could. I'll open my lines up again. CL says, Australian here. Wilkie up this AM and 6. Wilkie up. Is that an Australian word? Wilkie up this AM and sick to my stomach. This is scary. Because our politics are exported here. But trust me, your politics are way worse than ours. Way worse than ours.
Call from
Johnny Reb.
Johnny Reb.
to accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Accept. Fine. Fine. I'll talk to Johnny Reb. How are you, bro?
Hey, Joe, you got some cigs?
What?
Hey, Joe, you got some cigs?
Some cigs. Johnny Reb recalling my days in my days in the slammer. How you doing?
They're fine. They're fine.
So what's on? Hold on, let me finish reading the super chat. This is scary because our politics are exported here. Great job in gaining standing. Hopefully you get to SCOTUS and overturn all the gags. Indeed. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much, CL. I appreciate that. Yeah. What's on your mind, Johnny?
The news made quite a bit of splash at work. So yeah, everybody was talking about it. It's like nobody could understand what the heck was going on with this. How they could possibly find a guilty verdict on it. It's like, why would they even bring charges? So yeah, people that normally don't even talk politics, never at work, we're talking about it today. They screwed up royally.
537 watching the ghetto. No, it's 605 watching the ghetto. Only 140 likes, unfortunately. But yeah, I think it's an interesting thing because normally people wake up about politics, after the conventions, and they basically brought a lot of Republicans. They made a lot of Republicans today. I was saying earlier in the stream that Scott Pressler made more people Republican than any person in the history of this country. But arguably, Alvin Bragg outdid him today. So I don't know. What part of the country are you in?
I'm in Texas. It's going to go red no matter what. But
yeah. Are you a rural or urban area?
Well, this is more rural. It's a small town.
So you're So they're all voting Trump already anyway. You say, because I am curious if you're in an urban area, like or you're in a place that's typically blue, and you heard people talking the way Johnny hears people talking around the water cooler. I'm wondering what the reaction is from people when they heard about this. I know how the elitists reacted. We heard Turley tell us how the elitists reacted. That so many of them were like, pumping their fists and high-fiving each other in the courtroom. But I'm wondering how like normal folks who are not New Yorkers were reacting to this.
It's more incredulousness. It's like, how could this possibly do? Wait, how is paying money to hush somebody up for an NDA agreement a crime? It's ridiculous.
I don't know.
People that had no idea what was going on. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of like the judge was ruling against everything that the defense wanted to do, and multiple times,
and then made it like almost impossible for them to say no. He made it as difficult as possible for the jury to say no, and this is in the jury instructions were so terrible, so utterly terrible that it's like it's hard to read them and not come to conclusion, because they basically said if Mike Cohn committed a crime and Trump knows about it, he's guilty. So it's like
I was listening to your stream from last night when the news came down. I like to listen to it at work because you're very easy to listen to at work. You don't have a lot of things you pull up that you have to look at it to see what's going on. You can see what's going on with your stream because you describe it very well. It's like, that's great.
Yeah, no, I have the perfect voice and face for radio, so that's pretty much how I run my stream. Is that I bring up as little as I can. I find also that the more I bring up, the less I'm engaging the audience. I really like talking to people and having back and forth with people. Like this right here, it's like I just feel like it gives me an opportunity to sort of riff or come up with different concepts, and it's much more engaging with my audience, which is really, I think, what instead of just being some telecaster who's sharing with you a report about something that's happening or reading a story to you, which I do, I'm still going to do that somewhat, almost as like a launching off point, I think is how I try to do it. So anyway, yeah, thank you, brother. I
All right.
appreciate your support. You're awesome.
All right. I want to leave you with a closing statement on your gag orders from Trump.
Oh, go for it.
In dying in your bed many years from now, would you look back on that day and for just one chance to tell our enemies?
You know, Norm Pattis.
Braveheart quote.
Is that what that is? Is that what that is?
Braveheart quote.
Dying.
I also put that in the chat.
You're awesome. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, brother.
Have a great night.
Have a great night, my friend. All right, 972-454-0703 is the number, 972-454-0703. Let me get to a couple more of these here. The most insightful thing Trump said in an interview, people to stop dying. What? Oh, you said when he was asked about the Ukraine war.
Call from
Rokem Needle Arts.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, Joe.
Hey, how you doing?
Real good, real good.
What should I call you?
Call me Yankel.
Yankel. How you doing tonight, Yankel?
I'm Carson Depp.
I know who you are. I know who you are. This guy sent me such amazing needlework. Such amazing needlework. You need to check out Rockham Needle Arts. Located in Middle America, in the Great White North. So
actually, it's the truly the Great White North, because Windsor, Ontario, is due south of Detroit.
There you go. There you go.
Canada is south of Michigan. Anyhow, have you considered the possibility that Nick Roda might have a personality disorder?
Oh, okay. This is awesome. Okay, so I figured a couple of calls were going to ask me about Nick, and that's totally fine, by the way. If you want to ask me about Nick,
okay,
I'm totally
just
fine
wondering,
with that.
just to get away from the fact that half of your profession is destroying tons of legal traditions in America, but people. I once did some research about narcissistic personality disorder, which led me to my shrink, who had diagnosed me as being narcissistic. And he said, if you had a personality disorder, you wouldn't be coming in as concerned as you are about having a personality disorder. People with NPD and other personality disorders can be incredibly charismatic and incredibly charming when they want to be. And I'm not saying that I believe everything that has been said about them, but some of the things that Aaron said, just about some behaviors, makes me feel that there might be more there going on than substance abuse. That's all that I'm saying. I know you're a friend. I've been following Nick longer than you have. You know, it's kind of tragic. I know a little bit about substance abuse. Fortunately, I just like to smoke weed, so I'm not going to get addicted to cocaine.
So you're asking me if I think he has a personality disorder?
I'm just.
Can you be more specific about
possibility that it exists.
Can you be more specific about the nature of the? Because you said NPD, which I believe is multiple personalities disorder.
No, NPD, narcissistic.
Oh, you think he's a narcissist?
Disorder. Yeah, but you have to understand, psychologically and clinically, narcissism isn't a love for oneself. Narcissism is a lack of empathy for people. And yes, I know he's demonstrated a lot of kindness to people, but like I said, narcissists can be very manipulative to achieve their own goals, and they can be really, really scary. The prognosis is not very good for them at all, as it is with most personality disorders don't change. I'm just saying, there are some things about the situation that just makes some flags go up. There's a lot of manipulative stuff going on, and I know you want to be his friend, and he's helped a lot of people. So I'm just You know, you know,
So
you know, you want to be.
I'll answer your question. I'll answer very directly. You asked me if he has a personality disorder. I think that's possible. If you ask me whether he's a narcissist, I'll tell you absolutely not.
Okay.
And the reason I've seen so much of like how of how dedicated he is towards helping those around him. A narcissist. And if Aaron is diagnosing him as a narcissist, I'll tell you right now.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Or if he's implying that he's a narcissist.
No, not at all. That's just my vibe that I'm picking
Okay.
up from what
Right.
he said.
Well,
And understand, like I said, being a narcissist is the conventional notion of being a narcissist is not the same as psychological narcissism. It's the popular notion is from Narcissus. He looked in his picture and he fell in love with himself.
mm-hmm.
It's a clinical lack of empathy for other people,
Yeah,
and they can fake that empathy.
That's definitely
a lot of politicians have it. Okay, and they can fake that empathy to achieve their other goals. I'm not saying that he has. I'm just saying it's possibility, and nobody wants to be taken in, and everybody wants to be compassionate to their friends. You know, just raising the issue. That's all.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
I'll give you a hypothetical here. And I ask you, when we're sitting here trying to figure out the Nick Roda devolution, which I think we can agree that there was a devolution over the last 18 months or so.
Yeah, I think it started with buying the Cobra Mustang myself.
Possibly.
And I'm a car guy.
Or maybe that was a manifest. Let me ask you this, okay? And I'm not saying this is what happened. In fact, I'll go one step further. I'll say this did not happen. What I'm about to tell you is not the situation, okay? But if he, let's say, had a younger brother, who he's very close with, who is diagnosed with cancer, terminal cancer, and has 5 years to live, and he's watching him disintegrate before his eyes on a daily basis. And it's killing him inside. And he starts taking drugs because it's just the pain is too much. Would that not be and then the drugs basically lead to the baldo and the degeneracy and everything else we've seen from him? Would you think for a second, oh, he's a narcissist? And I'll tell you right now, there's no way in hell you would, right? I mean, you wouldn't think that at all.
No, it's like I said, it's because of some of the other things that have been said. You know, and I think the whole situation is so.
Well, the reason I shared that hypothetical, which I started by telling you this is not the case, but the reason I started with that hypothetical was to point out to you this: Nick, by nature, is a very closed person about things going on in his personal life. He's a very closed person. He doesn't feel comfortable sharing, even with friends, right? He just doesn't feel comfortable sharing, and he's in a profession where he's sharing a lot of himself with thousands of strangers who he's never going to meet. So, and he wants to share of himself, but things that are very close to him personally, he doesn't feel comfortable sharing. He doesn't want to. He's like, no. He basically would say, "F you, it's none of your business." So now he's in this situation where if he has some sort of thing he's dealing with, which is very difficult and painful for him to deal with, and he has terrible coping skills in that, let's say he starts using narcotics in order to numb the pain, I think we would see everything that we've seen over the last 18 months. And you can say that that's wrong, or that's childish, or it's immature, or you can label it selfish. And maybe you know, to the degree it would ever infringe on his ability to be a healthy parent, that you can make you definitely can make a fair claim on that. You know, because these guys, first and foremost, your duties are take care of your damn kids. So assuming he were taking, and I'll tell you this, I genuinely believe that the stuff about the kids is almost definitely not at all what the way it's been portrayed over the last
Yeah,
few
no. Look, I have 3 children. I babysit my grandchildren frequently, and no, children don't smell after 3 or 4 days.
It's
I'm
the whole
sorry.
thing is whatever. I don't,
I wore clothes for 2 or 3 days in a row when I was going to school. Yeah, my mom was a hoarder and had weird ideas about hygiene, but still, I didn't smell.
and I give you my word on this. I'll give you my word on this. If I learn that I'm wrong on this, if I actually learn that this guy neglected his kids, you will not hear me defend him at all. At all.
Oh no, I
I'm
just
like
think
basically anything. And I'll tell you right now, because kids make the entire story, it changes the entire story. If he had no children at all and he was self-imploding by becoming literally a junkie, okay, someone who, and he was self-imploding that way, he would be someone who we would feel sad for and miserable for, but not angry at. The nature of sadness and frustration, or let's say even revulsion, perhaps, changes to rage because we enter kids into the factor. We enter kids into the mix, and that changes the entire context. I heard Tug make this point last night, and I thought such a brilliant point that I never really. I sort of you intuitively understand it, but you don't really think about it until it's actually expressed out loud. It changes, and properly so, into rage, because we're like, how dare you not take care of your freaking kids? And so instead of it being now, if you see some junkie on the street, you look at him and you with pity. But if you see some junkie who's got 4 kids around them in a tenement apartment, you look at them with anger. Like, what the F is wrong with you? Take care of your damn kids. It's a whole different reaction depending on the context in which we see them. And we all know he has kids. And now when we hear the state telling us what there's claims about the kids, that's why what felt like pity, or what the farms would call a lol cow, becomes anger of F you, how dare you do this to your own kids. But what I'm saying is, if those claims about the kids are proven to be crazy, then I don't think people look at him with nearly the same level of anger that we seem to be seeing. And I'll tell you right now, if they're proven true, I will jump ship on basically labeling, him as being a friend or something like that. I don't think they are going to be proved to be true. I'm like really confident that they won't. But if they ever were, I'm telling you right now, I would not be able to forgive that.
Well, the obviously, if anybody had it out for them, they'd obviously want to involve the kids and the police in any criminal thing, because it makes everything more severe and more sordid. Speaking from personal experience, I once was growing a fairly large quantity of psilocybin mushrooms, and I had to stop doing it because there was no way I could test them doing quality control, because you can't be tripping when you have a child and might have to take them to the hospital.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's at the same time, a lot of the people that are criticizing, I seem to think that, anybody that gets drunk and has children, it's like the people that say you shouldn't leave a kid in a hotel room by themselves or something like that. I leave my kid in the bedroom upstairs by itself all the time. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Or never ever leave a child in the car alone. Yeah, you're going to leave a 3-year-old run around your house by themselves while you take them to the grocery. Yeah, sure. It's a lot of the people commenting seem to have no experience as parents or grandparents or understand what the real world is like. And there's a real large difference between kids skipping a meal and out neglect. There's people tossing around. There's stuff that just doesn't sit right with me. At the same time, he was clearly impaired. He was stupid enough to be snorting coke and showing up with stuff. I remember saying, I remember my ex-wife trying to give me some musser by repeating something that I often said about celebrities that get in trouble. You think you're bleeping invisible. It's obvious he had a problem, has a problem, and I'm sure we all hope that it's not as bad as it seems, and he works it out. And
we all want to know how this is going to work out. This is a story that I think we all want to know the end, and are frustrated that we don't. And like I said before, and I'm going to say this over and over again, I don't feel as if anyone anyone's story here is something that I can be confident that I can rely on it. So you sort of say, what do I believe this must be versus what do I not know? And I'll tell you right now, when I talk to Nick one-on-one, and he talks to me about like things in his life that are going on, I have cynicism where I'm like, I'm not sure he's being completely open with me. I'm not sure he's being completely honest with me. I think it might be perhaps, I don't know, maybe he's on drugs and he thinks he's being, or maybe he's an addict and and he can't, he thinks it's true, or he's trying to justify by lying to me. I'll tell you right now that when I'm talking to him, I'm sitting there and I'm not accepting everything he's saying as being open and truthful. I think that he's definitely going to frame it in a way that's going to not, he feels like I'm going to find compelling and sympathetic. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, just because I sit here, I'm talking to you guys about a situation. I'm talking to Nick. It's a whole different conversation. And there's things he's going to tell me, and he has told me, that are private and personal that I would never share with the public, because, and I'll tell you this much. I vet him, and I don't know that I can tell when he's telling me the truth or he's lying to me. And I don't assume that everything he tells me is the truth. In fact, I'm like, I think this might be framing that if I was there, I wouldn't really look at it the way you're phrasing it. That's for sure. But here's the thing: I don't believe everything the state writes in their stuff, and I know there's framing in there.
Nor should we.
And I don't believe everything Aaron says. And I'm sure that this is a guy who's scorned and angry at him. And the same way it's like, Nancy Pelosi talking about Donald Trump. That's how I look at Aaron talking about Nick Roda. So that's why I'm like, so now I'm sitting here and I'm desperately trying to know what the truth is, so I can know where I should stand on this whole thing. And I feel a similar frustration to everyone. I don't know what to believe. I'm just telling you that I'm not willing to just accept that this framing or that framing, which looks really ugly, is actually accurate, when I know that every person here is looking for me to believe them, and perfectly happy to tell me whatever they think is going to be. I'll find compelling.
It's just, like I said, it's tragic. We hope it works out. I will say one thing that.
So I want to make one more thing clear. Do I think that Nick has a drug problem? Personally, he's never told me anything about that. I'm not going to sit there and do I personally believe he has a drug problem? Yes. Yeah, I do.
If he had that amount of quantity of cocaine at home, he's got
what I'm saying is the dude has, even if it's not 26 grams, even if it's 13 grams, even if it's half what they have there, I think he's got a drug problem. Do I think that he's got an alcohol problem? Yeah, I think he does. Do I want to see him clean? Yeah. Do I think that he's ever hurt his kids as far willfully? Definitely not. Do I think he's ever neglected? I don't think so. Do I ever think he's neglected his kids? I really doubt it. And part of the reason I really doubt it is because of all the issues that have come up. The one thing that he's screaming, no, definitely never, ever, 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 was any neglect of his kids. He doesn't say that about the drugs. He doesn't say that about other stuff. Now, that doesn't mean that he's doing drugs. What I'm saying is the one thing that it's like, if you believe him on anything at all, the one thing he's saying is like, my kids have never, ever, ever been neglected or wanted for food or clothing or anything. So,
and regarding the other stuff, I'll try to be modest. If either one of a partner in a marriage ever suggests anything like that, the first thing to do is to call a divorce attorney.
Oh, you're talking about, like, the commingling thing that Aaron and April seem to enjoy.
Yeah. If no matter who suggests it.
Personally, I think it's gross.
The marriage is over.
Personally, I think that's gross.
Well, that's all besides.
And I'll tell you this much. I've never asked him whether I've never had a dialogue with him about this, about whether he and or his wife has ever had a sexual relationship with a third party, including the Imholtz or anyone else. I've never asked him that. I didn't think it was my place to ask him that. It's not related to any legal elements of anything. If you ask me my gut is there were some entanglements there, and I find that distasteful. I find that distasteful. I do, but I also recognize that in today's world, a lot of people don't think that's so distasteful. I think that's not a good thing. But you ask me my gut. I'm telling you now, I know nothing at all about that element of his life.
Well, all I can say about that is that when my ex and I first started dating many years ago, we were on the periphery of some folks involved, and we heard some of that scene, and we didn't know whether we should be insulted or honored that they never invited us.
That's pretty funny.
I mean, it was well, no, because
you remember Jackie Mason, right? You remember Jackie Mason?
Yeah, no, I remember.
So Jackie Mason.
Maza is his real name.
I know. It's actually Meza, and his family's from Detroit, right? I think. No.
He has family here, but I don't think he was originally from Detroit.
I actually know I actually know one of his nephews. But
he was, along with Lenny Bruce, one of the funniest Jews in the 1960s. What can I say? And Mayor Kahana.
He spoke with a very Jewish accent, and
Mayor Kahana. Mayor Kahana was incredibly funny.
Well,
he was incredibly funny.
So anyway,
really was.
Let me finish telling the audience the joke. He had a bit where he basically was saying, if you tell someone who's not Jewish that they look like a hooker, they get so offended. They're like, what's wrong? How dare you say that to me? And they want to slap your face. You tell a Jewish girl she looks like a hooker, she'll look at you and say, was I standing like this? Because they know that, hey, if you're willing to, I don't think that, by the way, that's not true of religious girls. By
the way, it's funny because Lenny Bruce told a joke that if you really want to insult a Jewish parent, you call their daughter a nafka. So
a what? What is
a nafka?
I don't know what that is.
It's a Yiddish for a lady who takes money for sex.
Oh. Really? Right. Anyway, we're really flying afield here. So let me get to the next call, my brother.
It's good talking to you. Have a good Shabbos.
You too. Have a good Shabbos. All right, there you go. Got a little Jewish culture there. I never thought that Jackie Mason was that funny personally, but I remember hearing that back in the 80s. The most insightful thing Trump said in an interview was, "I want people to stop dying." What president ever said that? Great point. It's true. And it's such a human thing to say. Such a human thing to say.
Call from
Chad Smith.
Jack Smith.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Definitely taking this one. Jack Smith.
It's Chad Smith, but I don't want to be associated with Jack Smith.
See, I thought you were going to sit here and basically spend the phone call talking to me about your prosecution. I thought it was going to be like some parody call, which, by the way, any of you who call in with a parody call, I will tip my cap to you that if you call in with a parody call, like you're Jack Smith or something like, oh my God, or you're Alvin Bragg, oh my God, or Biden, I would love that. Yeah. So Chad, what's on your mind?
Hey, I've been on a couple spaces today, and admittedly, I haven't had. I'm studying for the bar actually right now, so I haven't had all the time to go over a lot of the documents. I tried to listen to a couple of your streams. The Cohen streams were awesome.
Thank you.
But what my issue was in talking to, and what bothered me, just a little background, just so you know, my bona fides or where I come from. I was a very pro DeSantis primary guy, right? Like I really wanted him to be our nominee. I didn't want Trump to be the nominee because of a multitude of reasons. That to me is wholly separate of whether, because now I'm seeing a lot of my former Uber DeSantis supporters almost in glee that this prosecution went down. And to me, it's like, well, I mean, we can't turn into what we say we hate on the left, which is just this, go with me, or you're shunned against the party, or what even to use the counter argument to what they were saying, which I didn't really agree with at the time, but about the Magadonia or whatever, the MAGA people, that they was Trump or nobody or all that. I'm like, you guys you're giving away a lot of what you said you stood for because you want the dude convicted because he said things that I disagreed with. about maybe even DeSantis and who was your preferred nominee. And I'm like, to me, that just seemed wrong. And so I'm reading the charges, and especially this 175.10, the crime that he was technically, convicted under, and the cases that Rashawn quoted. They're different because a lot of these people, they'll just quote the one thing where it says it doesn't have to show intent to commit the crime, or it doesn't have to show he actually committed the crime, only the intent. But you read it like the jury instructions on a lot of those on those cases, and it says the people have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And the second element was the intent to commit the crime, or the intent to commit a crime or conceal therein. And that all those cases had to do with one crime, along with the crime alleged, the one that it was attached to make it a felony, not three, and then you pick from the three. That's two different things in my view.
Right.
Am I correct or where am I? To me, it was like they're trying to say. Sorry, yeah, go ahead. My bad.
No. What you just said is the point that Turley was making. That's exactly the point that Turley was making. So you're in good company in pointing that out. There's nothing wrong with that. You're in good company pointing out because you're fleshing out what he was saying. I don't think you're just merely echoing and just repeating what he said word for word. You actually clearly looked at the case law and properly broke down, as far as establishing his intent to commit a crime. Like, don't you have to establish? You're actually bolstering what Turley said in a very significant way, because I was sort of dismissing the distinction that he made, and what you just said made me reassess whether it should be so readily dismissed. Let me explain to the audience here who may have joined recently, because I see I had a surge. Maybe someone raid me. Is that what happened? All of a sudden I have a whole bunch of folks in here. I'm not sure, because all of a sudden I went from like 4,000 people watching to 6. But if whoever raided, did someone raid me? It has to be someone. It has to be someone who raided me. Well, anyway, the point that I was getting at is that I was like, okay, so we're really talking about 3 crimes here ultimately, right? You have the New York Penal Code 175.10. That needs a predicate crime. The predicate crime that they chose was this New York election law. But that New York election law needs its own predicate crime that you're breaking. You're trying to win an election by breaking a law. So that needs another predicate crime. And so now I was basically thinking, and when you get to that third one, or I guess the first one, right? That is, because really it's like, okay, you're doing something unlawful, breaking the law to win an election and then recording it. So we're getting you on the recording part. So there's 3 different crimes here. You're breaking the law to win an election and then recording it. And we're catching you on the fact that you're falsifying records in order to help cover up that you illegally won an election. So now we're going back to the step before and saying, okay, what law did you break to try to win an election? And the judge said, as Chad Smith, who's like, obviously Chad, he's named Chad because he's like the exact opposite of a Jack Smith. So Chad is properly pointing out here that along the lines of what Turley said, that Turley basically said, you need to establish which of those 3. And he basically said, hey, not all your jurors have to agree on which of those 3 it was. It could be any of those 3. That's fine, as far as establishing that this penal code has been, that he's guilty. And I said, I'm not sure if that's real. And so Turley's like, you have to have them all be on the same page. That's how you have unanimity. How do you have 12 people all convicting the same thing? And I sort of internally, right. I was loath to walk and express this, because I was like, this is getting so confusing at this point. So I didn't really express it, but I was like, I'm not sure I really agree with Turley on this. And the reason I didn't really agree with Turley at first is because I said to myself, okay, so if you break some law, now in order to win an election, we can basically, I think what Merchan would argue, and I was like, there could be some legitimacy, is that he's arguing that you broke a law, that they're all 12 of them on the same page, that he broke some law for the purpose of winning an election. So now when he's recording it, so now he's violated that statute, which makes it illegal to break a law to win an election, and recording that. So that's where you need to have them all be unanimity, that there's unanimity that he broke a law to win an election, and that's enough. But you're making a great point here, which is that his intent his intent has to be something that they're all in agreement that he had an unlawful intent. And how do you have an unlawful intent when you don't even know what that first crime was that he committed for the purposes of winning an election? You can't. There's no way to possibly have that, because that's the unanimity that he had wrongful intent on the crime in order for them to get to that second stage of he broke a crime to win an election. I think you're making a great point there, and you actually convinced me that Charlie's point is stronger than I initially gave it credit for. So good on you. Good on you, Chad.
Thank you. I was just curious. I kept getting sent the screenshot.
And the intent element is why I think that the lack of unanimity about the intent of that first crime, that's where I'm like, yeah, that is a problem. That's a legal philosophically, that's a philosophical flaw in what Merchan in the jury instructions that Merchan directed the jury that this is totally fine, is totally legal way of convicting someone.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I was reading the People v. Thompson case that a lot of people are sent me screenshots of, and I was arguing it was like going around in circles because they kept skipping that intent part. They go, well, they would argue that it doesn't matter which crime he intended to commit, just that he committed a crime, and one of those crimes he committed was to cover up the crime that he allegedly committed. And they kept sending me this People v. Thompson case out of New York, and it just says that the evidence demonstrated that defendant made a false entry on a form regarding his purported disposal of a firearm, and that he did so with the intent to commit or conceal his unlawful possession of the firearm. The people were not required to establish that the defendant committed or was convicted of the crime he intended to conceal, that he intended to conceal. And my point is, yeah, but that's a specific crime that he is accused of false entry with. It's not one of three.
Right.
The jury was able to agree unanimously that he had the intent to conceal the unlawful possession of the firearm. It wasn't an unlawful possession of the firearm or, two other firearm charges, and you just pick one of the three, or you make some sort of consensus among the jury where you add up different jury numbers and get to consensus. That was so like when I'm looking at these cases, trying to split them apart, that's how, at least if I'm arguing, that's how at least how I would differ them.
Chad, you're going to be a really good attorney.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Good luck on the bar, my brother.
Well, hey,
and don't practice
Thank
law.
you. I'll make sure never to change my name to Jack Smith either. But
yeah.
Hey, I want to say I'm a big fan here in Oklahoma, and it's been really nice to hear you, man. Continued success, and it looks like you're close to 100K, man. So God bless, and congrats on all this success.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, brother. Have a great night.
You too.
So that was a very deep call. Staten City Police Chief Lev Beria is alive and well in New York County Supreme Court. The Cold War never defrosted. I don't know. That's pretty funny. I nominate Alvin Bragg for WinRed Fundraiser of the Month year. He really did. He was great for the Republican Party.
Call from
Michelle.
Michelle?
Yeah.
Is it Rochelle or Michelle?
It's Michelle with an M.
Oh, okay. A more common name. All right. Okay. So
I was calling because we were you had been talking about. Well, I'm the Michelle that had made the comment earlier today about the slush fund.
Oh.
But what I also wanted to address,
that was great. That was really great. It was such a great point that I never would have thought of. You didn't bring it up.
Well, I kept listening to all this coverage, and it's like no one, nowhere is talking about the congressional slush fund. So I threw that out there. But I'm an accountant, and so I wanted to kind of address, which my understanding was that they were basically saying that he falsified tax documents. And the reference wasn't in regards to like 1099.
That was another one of those three.
Right, right. And
right, that was another one of three that maybe he caused him to falsify tax document. Yeah, it was crazy.
Right, and I thought to myself, okay,
I actually deal with attorneys, injury attorneys, who receive tons of money. And now I get it. It's not, hush money or NDA, but attorneys receive money all the time from businesses and get 1099 for it. I mean, injury attorneys, they get 1099s from insurance companies. 9 times out of 10, they're only keeping a small portion of that, but they still have to report it as income, even though there's going to be a later payout to, a recipient.
Right. And that's exactly the sort of testimony which perhaps the expert witness could have come in and talked about. But we don't, or, about how different people approach things differently in the way they report their taxes, which would make it like not a crime. And
well, and I don't have, it's attorney fees. You know what I mean? All of it comes in as attorney fees. I'm sure you know all about IOLTA accounts.
Yep.
you know, and how you have to track that and track all the payouts that you've paid all this money out to this individual, that individual. So if Cohen wasn't doing all of that, that's on him. How is that, regardless of who instructed what and for what reason, from a tax standpoint?
Right. I don't think trust me, you're breaking down the law far more intricately than any of these jurors did, which is a sad statement considering they just convicted the president of the United States.
People don't realize tax law. Anyways, that's why it drives me nuts when I'm sitting there watching the news and when they start getting into tax law, and it's like, oh my God, these people, I deal with this every day for the last almost 30 years.
Wow.
And I think to myself, they have no clue what they're talking about, but
yeah.
But I just wanted to bring that fact up and kind of bring the conversation back to Trump and stuff. But have a good night.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All righty.
Have a great night.
You too.
I'm just going to share this that Barracuda asked me to look at before I take the next call here. Federal Judicial Financial Disclosure Reports is the link I got from what you gave me, that pub.jeffs.us court publishing Jeffs, which seems to be about federal judicial financial disclosure reports. Suing a judge in New York for possible unlawful action. I don't know how this relates to suing a member of the press, suing a judge. I'm not sure how. But I guess you're saying I can look into all the people who federal judicial financial disclosure reports. I can look into who reported that, because I bet no one did. I bet no one reported it. I'm not sure the context in which you expect me to use this, but anyway, let me get to the phone lines here. Turn off my do not disturb. Nick and Kayla seem oblivious to the fact that the hot tub stream and the other bad taste videos are going to be around forever for their kids to see. Oh, I agree with you. I think those videos were gross. I think those videos are gross. That's my personal distaste. That's not my thing. I know they're intended to be comedic.
Call from
Kimmy Hunt.
If any of you want to take Kimmy should give a course in how to get through busy phone lines, because she's great at this. whenever I open my phone lines, she manages to get in here. So I give you massive props. So
Oh, thank you. Well, you know how I learned how to do that?
What's that? What's your secret? Share your secret with the world.
When I was a teenager back in the 70s, radio stations used to have in request lines.
Yeah.
And you just keep dialing.
Oh, is that what it is?
And this is a rotary phone that I learned to do this on back in the day.
Right.
People don't even know what a rotary.
Yo, rookies dealing with a veteran. She a veteran. You got no chance. You got no chance against Kimmy. She a veteran.
I have veterans.
So what's on your mind tonight, Kimmy?
Hey, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
Thank you.
I had to say that for Nick. Okay.
Thank you.
I love you. I'm thinking of flying my flag upside down tomorrow, and I need to know.
I had someone who told me that they were. I had someone tell me that they were doing that also. I'm not.
Is it legal?
If you want to retain me for $1,000 an hour, I will look it up for you.
Oh no.
I didn't think so. And that's my way of saying I don't know. I don't know why that would be illegal, but I it probably depends on the jurisdiction you're in.
Ohio. I don't think it's illegal, but anyway, I'm seriously considering doing that tomorrow when I put my flag out, just flipping it upside down for at least half the day and see if anybody notices.
That would actually be a great way for there to be a protest. That'd be a great way. And
all of us
Tucker
could fly our
Carlson
flags upside down
on the
across
space that I was
country.
Tucker Carlson, they read off Tucker Carlson's tweet where he basically said it's time for us to otherize anybody who's willing to justify these convictions as having legitimacy, and to basically say you are an enemy of the republic. Anyone who's willing to stand up, that you're a danger to the republic. If you're willing to stand up behind these convictions, you are a danger to the republic. And you're an enemy of the republic. It's time for us to start otherizing people who want to try and give legitimacy to tyranny. That's what we and that I think was such a great message that I think is that in the way he phrased it, I think that was such a great point. This is, people say, I keep saying that this is going to turn into this decision today is going to lead to a landslide for Trump. The way it turns into a landslide for Trump is that we have to keep reminding how serious this is. This is not a joke. This is not anything. This is something we have to recognize is basically our republic is on the line here. That's what they're telling us. Our republic is on the line. And if you're willing to stand behind this, you are against a healthy republic. And that's got to be that. And that doesn't. And I want to be 1,000% clear. So there's never any confusion about this. I am not calling for violence against any individual or group. I am definitely not calling for violence. But a vocal, unequivocal statement that anyone who supports this does not support is an enemy of a healthy republic.
Well, they're also a threat in a way to yourself. If it's a friend or an acquaintance or something, they're a threat to your own liberty, keeping them maybe in your life or or pulling them even closer into your life. It's best to kind of maybe hold them at arm's length at this point and say, "Whoa, where's your brain?" Because,
but you know what? We can no longer give a pass to the incompetents or to those who have blinded themselves because they're more comfortable blinding themselves. We need to be much more adamant about that. This is intolerable, and this is not something that's okay. This has to be something. And it's only by otherizing them and making it clear, saying no, you're not part of of a healthy republic. You're an enemy. You are a threat to a healthy republic. Let them feel otherized and reassess where the hell they're coming from. So they join in condemning. Yeah, exactly. So they join in condemning just how terrible this is.
Yeah.
Anyway,
my 86-year-old mother, when the verdict started to get read, she burst into tears. And I felt so bad for her. And she said, my country is gone.
Yeah.
I don't know. She said, I was born in 1937, and what happened to my country? And she started crying. I had to calm her and soothe her, and it was heartbreaking to me because I felt the same way. I was feeling like, oh my gosh, 34, what the, it's like, I thought they would maybe split the baby or something, if anything. And it just broke. I mean, I finally got her calmed down. I started telling her, this is going to benefit eventually, and the darkest hours before the dawn. And, we have to go through this and that kind of thing. But it just broke my heart. But I have one question for you.
All right. I gotta wrap up
Do you know
quick. So what do you got?
anything-
What do you got?
Okay. Do you know anything about probate law,
Very little.
wills, and trusts?
First, only if anything, only in the state of New York.
Okay.
So
All right.
if you're not in New York,
just
then
have
no.
Okay, I just have a situation where me and my two brothers have found out that my two stepsisters have absconded with my father and my stepmother's wills and trusts.
What state are you in?
Ohio.
Yeah, I can't help you.
Okay.
I can't.
Okay,
No
I
way.
just-
I'm not even
trying to
gonna. I don't want to
read
hear the question. I don't know.
No, that's okay. It's okay. I'm having trouble reading the wills and understanding the legalese. You know, we're going to get a lawyer, but there's about $1 million.
Yeah, and I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure they won't charge you the $1,000 an hour that I would. So
Yeah.
'cause-
All right. Well, I just wanted to tell you, find out. I'm like,
and the
don't
reason
know
I
what
charge
to
$1,000
do.
an hour is that people say, yeah, maybe I'm going somewhere else. It's not that I'm looking to get $1,000 an hour. It's that I'm like, okay, you're gonna have to make it stupidly worth my while if I'm going to take a case. That's basically what I decided.
No, I
I want it to be
I'm not asking
stupidly
to take a
worth my
case.
while. The only other
I'm just
person
like,
who
if-
convinced me to take a case would have to be an immediate family member. That's
Like,
basically
I
it.
don't understand. I'm reading it, the wills, and I'm like, I don't understand this word. Medical. Give me anything medical. I could explain it to you what that means.
Mhm.
But
If you have one
the
word, you're
leaves,
asking me
I'm
for a
like,
definition. If you have one word that's really confusing you, that comes up a lot, that you're struggling with definition, you can ask me that. I'll give you that. What's the one
Okay.
word? Pick a word.
Let's see. It would be where I hang on a minute. Okay, here we go. Well, this is just they're thinking of intentional interference with expected inheritance. Would be what we go with.
That sounds
but
like it sounds like it's a clause that deals with someone who is contesting the will, that there's a penalty that they're going to attach to someone, that if you try fighting the legitimacy of this will, that would affect your ability to collect on it.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like that
All
clause is
right.
likely about. I'm just
All right.
totally guessing. I would have to read the clause, but that's what it sounds like it's probably describing. Anyway, good luck to you.
All
Good
right.
luck to you, Kimmy.
Good night.
Have a good night. I'll catch you next time. She is the master at that. I'm not going to kid you. Michelle was the GOAT today by far on both streams. Yeah, she was great. 2020 friend told me it was God's plan through Trump to expose the rot. Now we see how thick it is. How do we fix the country without it burning down? Start winning elections locally also. Answer this question before I this call.
Call from
Ray.
Ray, I need you to hold on 1 minute, okay?
That's cool.
Stephanie's asking me, do you think Republicans will use this conviction of Trump to replace him with someone else? Short answer, no. I think I fully expect that the Republicans are going to see that Win Red probably got its biggest donation day ever as a result of these convictions, and that they recognize that if they try to take him off the ticket now, replace him, that would be self-deletion of their own political careers as well as this election. So the short answer is I think that would be so confoundingly moronic that even the Republicans wouldn't do that, which it takes something to be confoundingly moronic in order for them to actually avoid doing it. So, because I have very little confidence in the Republican Party. But that's my answer. That's my thought. I could be wrong, but that's my thought. What's on your mind, Ray?
Oh, not much. Dude, I'm just calling in for like two things.
Go for
First off, is about like a rally for Trump. All right, when Trump's up on stage, why don't you call like the hecklers up on stage and talk to them? All right, right there in front of everybody, and get to the point why they're heckling you. All right, the second is this Alvin Bragg's case, just a bunch of crap, and I don't feel like that it should be allowed to go through like it is, and everybody needs to just stand up for Trump and just start protesting.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's
Now,
the
I've been
type.
watching.
I don't know he's the type to engage in debate with. I would see a Vivek doing something like that. We have seen him do that. Have you ever seen any other presidential candidate be willing off the cuff to take on a heckler?
Dude, I would love to see Donald Trump go up and rip a heckler a new one, dude, and tell him the facts.
Yeah.
You know, like I've been telling my Democratic friends, dude, hey, look, this is what's really going on. And now they realize it and they're starting to apologize to me for not believing me.
Mm-hmm.
So I have, for everybody out there, they just need to go out there and start pushing their buddies, to actually look at stuff that's going on.
Yep. And to wake up that this is a new level. We're in a new day now. And
dude, I've been around in life for 48 years, dude, and I just watched this world just go to crap in the last 6-7 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it don't look good. It don't feel good, and
it's likely going to get worse before it gets better,
Oh yeah, it will.
Someone Space
it will.
pointed out today, no matter who wins the election, can you actually believe that the other side is going to accept the legitimacy of the outcome?
It's really not
unless
about,
it's a landslide.
It's really not about Trump.
No, it's
not. It's not about Trump.
No, it's not.
It's about our rights and our liberties are being trampled on.
Yep.
And I've been watching you fight for our freedom of speech.
Yep.
I've been watching you fight it, and I think their decisions are wrong. And I can't wait till I get to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court smacks them down and says, "Hey, y'all were wrong. Y'all should have listened to the man."
I don't know how many. I'm gonna have to if I get to argue in front of the Supreme Court, I'm gonna have to the recording of that SCOTUS stream of those oral arguments. Oh my God, I will.
Yeah, you're gonna tear them up, dude.
I'm
I've been trying to
dying
study
for
up
that.
and become an advocate for our minutes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I've learned a lot in the last 2 years. A lot, that I didn't even really realize I should have known, and that kept a lot of stuff down underneath.
Yeah.
They kept me out of some troubles that I've been into.
No.
Well,
all right, my friend.
Man. It's great to talk to you. I've been watching you for almost half a year now.
Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you. Welcome. Well, I'm glad I got to catch up with you, Ray. You have a great night, my brother.
All right, thank you. You have a good evening. God bless.
People are so nice to me. Do normies have a normalcy bias? I don't know. I don't like the term normies. It sounds, and I know you don't. I know you don't mean it. Oh wow, two people from the same movement.
Call from
the man.
I don't know who the man is.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Hello. The man.
Hi.
Are you the man? I notice you're the man. You're not the myth. You're not the legend. You're the man.
Hang on. Sorry.
Okay.
The first thing I want to say is everyone keep cool. Do not let the government January 6 you.
Yes. 100%. Don't let them J6 you. Don't get violent.
And on Twitter, I am this old man. And in the next few days, you'll be seeing a couple of memes I'll be posting, which I think will be real great. So look out for them.
I look forward to that. Make sure you tag me.
Yeah. And I have a question about David. I've heard
David who?
David, the guy that killed Goliath and fought Saul.
The first David. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I wasn't sure it's on Viva Fry. I was like, I don't even know what we're talking about here. So my friend David, like, who are we talking about? Okay, go on.
Yeah. So I've seen some YouTube rabbis, and I don't know if they're rabbis that appear on YouTube. I don't know if they're mainstream or if they're like some weird sect out there. But what they say is that David did not commit adultery because Bathsheba had a war divorce. A divorce which the husband gives the wife when he goes off to battle in case he's killed and they have trouble finding him, so that she can get remarried. And that his sin was that he was going to hook up with Bathsheba eventually, but that unfortunately he hooked up with her too soon. He didn't understand that it was a sin because it wasn't adultery. Everything else he did, he was within his rights as king. and that when Nathan came to him and said told him what he did, he said it's a sin and finally realized it. And is that like anywhere near the orthodoxy?
Wow. I will give you an honest answer. I don't know. It does sound close to the sort of things I've heard. I do know. I know this. I know that the Talmud brings down that anyone who thinks that David committed a sin is mistaken. But I don't know that there's much more beyond that's said. And I know there's a lot of conjecture as to what that whole. And I know that I understand. I recollect that he spent time in penance. And then you're like, wait, are you saying after the fact, by the time he died, it's not considered a sin anymore, or that it was never a sin in the first place, and he was just particularly strict on himself, that even though he didn't commit a sin, he was still engaging in penance? And I don't know the answers to these questions. So I'm not gonna take a leap of a guess, but I will tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. And I had this conversation. This is the sort of thing I tend to talk about. I tend to prefer talking about on locals, but I got enough people here who seem to be very curious about the whole David thing. But I'll share with you a conceptual thing that we have in Jewish faith, and I think this probably would make sense in all three Abrahamic faiths. And that's why I'm going to share this with you all, because I think that this is something that should make you feel encouraged about whatever struggles you may individually have. I'm not talking to you individually here, man. I'm talking about the man. I'm talking really to anyone who's listening to this right now. What's your first name? Dan? It's Dan?
Thad. T-H-A-D.
T-H, Thad the man. Okay. So Thad, I'm going to tell you what our concept is here. Something that was explained to me that I found to be very, very profound. It's actually my son who shared this with me. He's a brilliant young man. So that he had seen this. Whenever you're faced with a challenge, and this is a great way of understanding morality. Whenever you're faced with a challenge, as to like, should I do this or should I do that? A morality decision. And it's sort of torn. Now let's say you engage in a sin. Okay. Let's assume it's not a sin which has a permanent repercussion that we here can see, like let's say, destroying another life. But we'll just talk about, let's say, a classic sin of stealing. Okay. So let's say someone steals. Even if they repay it, they still committed the sin of stealing, right? I mean, they give the money back and the person is made whole. They still committed the sin of stealing. So now that sin is something that they still have. Well, the way that we engage in penance in Jewish faith is we actually look at it and we say that if you do proper penance, the ramifications of that penance is not merely that the sin goes away, but you actually are recognized by God as if you passed the test, as if you fulfilled a commandment from God. That very action you did becomes the fulfillment of a commandment, and you get rewarded for that action. Now that sounds kind of crazy. The reason crazy is because you would think, okay, the reason I'm doing penance is to wash away the stain that I have in my character, or my soul, whatever you call it, on your soul. But I don't like saying soul. Let's say it's a stain in your character. So now you would think you get back to ground zero, right? Okay, so now whatever stain is there, now that stain is clean. We say, no, it's not clean. It's actually an enhanced soul than if it never happened before. And you say, well, how the hell would that operate? Like, how does that function? Why would God even look at it that way? And I'll tell you why God would look at it that way. And this is something that my son shared with me, which I thought was so brilliant, because Jews believe that proper penance, full complete penance, does have that effect. It does not merely wash away the stain, but it makes it as if you fulfilled, you withstood the challenge. Why is that? And what he explained was this: we look at there's three-step process to penance in Jewish faith, and I think it's similar to what the subsequent Abrahamic faiths embraced. The 3 steps are: the first step is confession, the second is genuine regret, and the third is a commitment that you will never engage in that sin again. So 3 steps:
Which is what you
confession.
will.
Well, yeah, then it's not true penance. If in fact
Well,
you
no,
will, it's
but
not
we
true
all do it.
penance. Oh, we're talking about, I don't know if that's true. I think some people have a character awakening. So
Yeah, I would think a heartfelt attempt not to do it again. But you're going to do it again because we're
okay,
all sinners.
well, this is what my point is in this, that with respect to that particular sin, imagine someone actually does have that level of penance where they actually say, you know what, if I'm in that situation, I will never do that again. Imagine they come to that. So now, and that's because that's what we consider to be genuine penance, and anything short of that is not genuine penance, and I don't know that, and that would not reach this fulfillment. So and the reason I say this is as follows, because what he explained that he heard or read was that when someone has genuine penance, genuine regret, like they feel terrible that they did this, they're like, there's like an embarrassment that they do it. It's like, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. And there's a humiliation or something like that. They just feel the genuine regret. And they're like, if I'm in that situation, I will never do that again. Now, you look at this person and you basically say to yourself, every time you have a challenge in your life, and we look at you and you've never, before this challenge happens, 3 days before this challenge faces you, okay, you have a challenge. You have an opportunity to steal from someone $1,000 and they will never know. So you have this opportunity to steal $1,000 from them, and they will never ever know that you stole that $1,000. And you know without a doubt. Now you go and take that $1,000. Then afterwards you feel regret about it, and then you engage in penance. You confess, and you feel genuine regret and shame, humiliation. You took that money, and you give that money back to them. You don't even tell them that you gave it back to them. They don't even know that you did it. Now you made them whole again, but when you actually feel that deep sense of regret, now by going through this whole process, you've become a different person. Meaning, let's say this theft happens on a Monday, and you steal the money on a Monday. You recognize the sin on Tuesday, and now on Tuesday you start feeling, you confess it and you feel terrible about it. And then by Wednesday you give the money back, and you're filled now with such deep regret. You're like, oh my God, if I ever see $1,000 laying there, I will never take that money again. There's no way in hell. Now, what happens on Thursday or Friday, when we're at this point, you are a different person than you were on Sunday before this whole event happened. Because what happens is every time you have a test, you're sort of, before the test comes along, you're basically someone who is a question. Meaning on Saturday before, right? On Sunday, the day before the theft, if someone would ask, are you someone who would steal $1,000 if the opportunity presents yourself, and the person would never know about it? Are you someone like that? The answer to that question is we don't know. We don't know what type of person you are. Maybe you would, maybe you would not. Now on Monday, when you steal the money, you prove you are that type of person. By the time Thursday rolls around, you've done your confession, you've done your regret, you've given the money back, and you're feeling genuinely terrible about it. And you're like, I will never, ever do this again. Now, by the time Friday is rolled around, you're a much better person than you were on Sunday. Because now you become the type of person who would never take money in that situation, which we didn't know that about you on Sunday. On Sunday, we were like, I don't know, maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. But by going through that whole process, you actually evolved as a better human being. And that's why we believe that when someone engages in sin and then engages in true penance, where they actually feel the regret and commit that they'll never do it again, and they're genuine about that commitment, that is now a development of the person into being a better person. When you look at our actions that we do in life, it gives you such greater hope for our ability to climb out of whatever hole we're in. Because if you're a terrible person, you're always gossiping, you're always trashing people, and you start recognizing how wrong that is, you recognize that you actually have an opportunity to rise up in ways unimaginable if you actually self-assess and recognize just how terrible your character is and make a genuine commitment to change that and to become something far greater than you were. The opportunity, and that's why we say a place where someone who does true penance can stand, even the righteous can't stand, because they've engaged in so many sins and filled with such regret that they're able to actually, that they actually are able to become they've had those opportunities to have those tests. They're not the people who are there on Sunday. They've gone through the whole process all the way Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, that they're actually able to rise up into something that is phenomenal. And that is why you should be loath to ever throw anyone in the trash as being useless or that their life is committed towards terribleness, because we don't know what someone is going to become. We don't know how high they can rise. We don't know how much they can self-improve. And while it might be frustrating that we don't feel like we see it frequently enough, the rare examples where we do are so heartening and give such hope to what you as an individual can do, the changes that you can make in yourself and potentially in others that can actually genuinely impact the world, that it's such a reflection of the greatness of what humanity is. That was a bit of a lecture I'm sure you didn't expect. But
oh no, I don't mind. It was a bit long, but
yeah. So now
actually,
with respect to David, I don't know what happened. I don't know what the story is with David. I don't know if it was a sin. I don't know if he did true penance. To answer your question, I genuinely don't know. If I knew, I would be happy to share with you. But it does sound along what you described sounds along the line of things I have heard before other Orthodox rabbis expressing. I just don't want to commit that it definitely is what they would say because I don't remember it, honestly. So
okay. And are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. But I got to wrap
Okay,
up with you soon because I got super chats about muggles and stuff, and I don't even know what's happening.
Okay, I got two very quick things.
I'll give you one. Let's do it fast. Real fast. Go.
the girls that you showed Nat Walsh on that were crying. When I was going to bed, I suddenly it just popped into my mind. They're saying exactly what Ecclesiastes says. There is no happiness without God.
Oh, I agree with that.
Yeah, all is smoke.
No, and the reason I believe that, and I know a lot of people who are watching this probably don't believe very much in God, but the reason I personally believe that is because without it, I don't understand how you don't feel the futility of existence. And I think that leads to misery. So I agree with that. I agree with that wholly. That without God, it's very difficult to find genuine happiness.
It's not just that, but they've gone through the things that Solomon went through in that. You know, they found their wealth, they found their stuff. Okay. The final thing is you were confused by people saying cast the first stone. That is from the New Testament. Prostitute is running away from a group that wants to stone her. And she runs up to Jesus and he says to them, and he's sitting on the ground, and he says to them, let he who
is without sin cast the first stone.
Cast the first stone. And then he writes in the ground, they don't say what he writes, but people one by one drop stones, walk away. So presumably he wrote the sins.
Right.
So I just wanted you to know why that was said.
Interesting. I appreciate I appreciate the context. Thank you, my friend.
And we'll get off now before people start dropping off from the religious talk.
Yeah, don't worry. I enjoyed. Thank you, Thad. Have a great night. Didn't expect to go there tonight. That was interesting. So I don't know what a normal. I'm not sure I know what a normalcy bias is, to be honest with you. I'm not sure I know what that is. Barracuda saying the website was because it would be ironic if your case holds merit and there were any donations to the judge that tied the daughter. It could be a felony in New York. Thank you. One, we should have more forceful calling out our enemies in the country 15 years ago. Two, Tucker said the same about Ben for clout, so grains of salt. I don't even know who it is, but we accepted. Hello?
Well, where you get off trying to go after good jurors who are doing their due diligence to convict a criminal. Where, sir? RPP, my man. How you doing?
It's who is it?
RPP.
RPP. How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up?
I want to thank you in advance for the gift that I hear you're sending me.
Well, when you get that, you're gonna want to show it off. You're gonna like it.
I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will, my brother. Yeah, no, it's a gift. Gifts are always thoughtful. Why did you think that sending it through Sean was the way to go, though? I don't get that.
Because when I DM'd you on X, you never responded. I just wanted your address so I could send it to you.
Oh, okay. So you're saying it's on you. Eat crow, Joe. All right.
Well, no. It's just that I was sending a gift at that time I was sending something to Nick. I was sending something to Retsnum. I was sending something to Sean. I was sending something to you. I was like, I should send all these at the same time.
No, well,
and
thank you. I
didn't have your address. And I said, hey, Sean, you want to send this one to Joe? I'll send it with yours. And he said, yeah, sure.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, brother.
If we can ever get him to send it to you, right?
It's not on him. He hit me up with a text message asking me for my address. I don't know if I even gave it to. I was busy streaming when he hit me up. But
okay.
But yeah, I appreciate you, brother. Was there any questions you had or anything else? We're good.
No. I wasn't going to really weigh in on the whole Trump thing because this is nothing less than exactly what I expected.
Fair enough.
I have one thing for you. I'm gonna comment for 1 minute, grab your reaction, and I'm gonna go. You've got chats all stacked up like from here to the moon.
Where? Where?
On YouTube.
Oh, okay. Not Rumble. I was gonna say I'm peeking.
No. Rumble's all quiet, but over on YouTube, you got a whole bunch of super chats you got to take care of. So I'm gonna get out of here.
Thank you.
But my comment is going to be, I know a lot of LawTube, and I know the fringes, and I know the inner circle, and I know the friends. I know everybody. I've been around, and you know that I also mod for Ricada too over on Rumble,
right.
And I'm going to say this. I'm not on the same page with literally anybody in that entire sphere, except I'll say one person. You and I are on exactly the same page.
Well, thank you.
100%.
Thank you. You mean on the Nick Ricada topic or on a different topic?
On the whole Nick situation, the whole perspective. I'm not commenting on what I know. I'm not commenting on what you know. I know a lot of what you know.
Okay.
What I'm going to say is you and I have the exact same perspective.
Okay, so now I wasn't going to share this. I wasn't going to share.
Then don't.
It's not about Nick. It's not about Nick.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's not about anything you just said expressly. I want to share a clip from a video that really explains so much. I thought that the lead attorney expressed something on his video.
I know what you're talking about.
I was just like, this guy is expressing exactly how I'm feeling. And lead is a unique character. He's the dude. I happen to think he's a brilliant and entertaining guy. I'm a big fan of his work.
I think he's a prophet too.
I mean, I don't agree with everything that he says. I've heard him say things. I'm like, but at the same time, I still recognize that he's very smart and he happens to be very engaging personality. Like he's a great content creator. He's so good.
Yeah,
at what he
you
does.
have the same reservation about how accepting somebody can be of certain things. Outside of that, he's brilliant.
Right. Well, so I'm actually gonna share this clip where he had 5 lessons, and it was really the first lesson that I was just like, wow, this is why I feel the way I do. This is why
that's an eye opener.
Why I feel so frustrated with other YouTubers, because everything he's saying here, and I brought this up on Chrissy Merritt earlier today, but I want the audience to.
I did catch that. I did catch that.
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna play this thing.
Okay.
But I thank you, my brother. I really appreciate your support. But I really want everyone to hear lead attorney express this, because he expresses this just so beautifully. Like so.
Yeah, roll it. Yeah, roll it. That's a good one. All right, man.
I don't think you'll hear it if I play it through here, so that's why I'm going to let you go. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, by the way, when you get my box, you'll have all my vitals and all my digits and everything.
Awesome. Thank you,
All right,
brother.
man.
Have a great night.
Yep, you too. Bye.
This is what I want you to just hear. I'm not going through his whole stream at all, but his first point here that he raises, lesson number 1, is such a. I listened to this and I was like, oh my God. It's like he's expressing what I'm thinking better than I'm expressing it. And yeah, here it is. Lesson 1 from lead attorney. God bless this man. This is another thing I thought I might do a whole video on this.
That we can learn from this. And this is to all my YouTubers, starting out who want to be YouTube guys. There's so much money in this. There's so much money.
There is ton of money.
I'm not talking about these super chats really necessarily. There's so much money in YouTube.
Ton of money.
You, as a regular person, do not have the opportunity to make this type of money anywhere else legally.
Which I never thought about that, but for the everyday person, it's true. There's nowhere else you can do this.
Now, if you have a 40-inch vertical, if you can run a 4.3, if you can drive it, 350 yards off the tee, okay. But I'm talking about regular folks like you and me. This is it. And this is why I try to tell you guys to just try it out. Buy my course. I got a course.
I think he's shilling for himself here. His course. I didn't even know he had a course until I saw this.
Link is in the description. Use the discount code Fanny, get $200 off. It's like $350 or something. And if you try it and you don't like it, just email me. 14-day money back guarantee. There's so much money in this. And so because there's money in this, people are in positions to help you out with money. The reason why I feel such an affinity for Nick is because Nick helped me out with money. Guys, Nick put a lot of money in my pocket. A lot.
And I'm hesitant to show this because I know that the haters are all like, oh, because he did that for you, so now you're going to give him a pass on all of his sins. Like I said, and this is why it's so important to understand the kid distinction. If he really messed up his kids, if those claims are true, which I personally do not believe them to be true, but if I learn that they were true, everything he's saying now becomes totally irrelevant, because now instead of it being that like whatever drug issues he has makes him someone I should feel perhaps pity for, that makes him selfish and harmful to others, which is inexcusable, utterly inexcusable. So people tend to forget that I feel that way whenever I'm trying to explain what you don't understand, or what some people who refer to YouTube relationships as being parasocial. It's like it's not about a parasocial relationship at all, and he expresses this so well.
Did he, give me a dollar bill? No. But he had me on his channel multiple times, and people who supported Nick started supporting me. And I have gotten tens of thousands of dollars directly from that. When a man gives another man access to tens of thousands of dollars and never asks for a dime in return, never asks for anything in return, you as a normal human being, you're going to feel a bond towards that person. Nick created a space doing these live streams that gave all of us YouTubers, all of us, just hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yep.
Doing these trial streams and all this other stuff. I have brought trial streams to the Black community. Shout out to the Black delegation. There was no Black person on YouTube doing live streams for the Black community. Shout out to Nate. But y'all know, like Nate's in, he was doing the LawTube stuff. He's not really doing stuff for the Negroes so much. I don't even want to get into race, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
In other words, he found his niche there. He took what Nick was doing and found his own niche. And good for him.
Nate's in the majority side of YouTube, and I'm kind of in the minority side. And This type of content did not exist. I was the first one to do it. Where did I get the idea from? Nick. And that community blessed me. The community that was underserved, that was not getting served, appreciated the content so much, and they blessed me so much. Translated easy 6 figures, easy. So it's like when you hear people say, oh, well, you don't want to talk shit about Nick because y'all are friends or something, y'all might not understand how deep it goes. Nick might be responsible indirectly for you getting, hundreds of thousands of dollars. You supposed to turn around and shit on the man?
Yep.
I mean, let's be honest. Most of you have never been in a situation where a man gives you hundreds of thousands of dollars or provides you access to that and never asks for a penny in return. You've never been in that situation.
Yep. You never have.
And so it's hard to be like, oh,
F him.
ha ha, this, you're going through it. But this will happen to you. You will, as a YouTuber, form internet relationships with people who will benefit you so much. I cannot tell you the trajectory that Kevin Samuels put my channel on. He opened my eyes so much to what it is to be a live streamer and a YouTuber. He showed me the potential. Kevin would call me up on the phone and just, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour and a half, and just give me so much game. When I didn't know shit. I thought I knew it. I did not know it.
By the way, I will point out another guy who did this for me, Robert Gouveia. Which is why, and Robert Gouveia, who I have the exact same feeling toward. And I've never met Robert, but he similarly, he didn't give me access. He gave me much more limited access to his audience, and he was a little later in my development. But it's another person who I will always feel indebted to that man, because he was there for me when I was rejected on monetization and encouraging me with at the time, a much larger channel. It still has a much larger channel. And I think that man deserves I think both of these guys deserve every penny that they earn. And yeah, and that's why, you're like, how can I wish anything other than complete blessing for these people who have done that, who have changed my life in ways no human should ever expect a stranger to change your life.
Kevin was making millions. And he taught me the game. And so it's like, well, yes, I feel an affinity for this man. If he passes away, yes, I'm going to the funeral. Yes, I had dinner with his mother, his daughter, my co-host AV. This was like a month or two ago. These people, guys, you got to understand, these people can wind up meaning so much to you, even though you don't really know them like that.
Yeah.
They can change your life. Now, what's the problem? The problem is you don't know them like that.
Yep.
And so it could be that you get in a sticky situation because you feel an affinity for somebody and they're going rogue.
This is so well said. This is so well said. Yeah, they go rogue. Now what am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with that? Now they go rogue. And if you're a human, because he's human, he's very, very human. If you're not made out of plastic, if you have actual soul, your humanity makes you feel like, I am so indebted to this guy. But now there's an element to him that's going rogue. What the hell am I supposed to do now?
And this happened to me. There was a YouTuber who was blowing up and doing things in a way that no one was doing them. And I was like, okay, I see what you're doing. It's really spent time explaining to me what the deal was, helped me get editors. And I was super appreciative. And then this goddamn YouTuber started going rogue. Went rogue on my platform when I was on IG and got me into some shit, but I was like, okay, whatever. And then I make a video about it. Hey, this is my stance. I make another video. This is my stance. Another live stream. This is my stance. All the while, this person is continuously going more fucking rogue. To the extent now that the person is unrecognizable. At least the image is unrecognizable. And I got into some hot water.
I'm not even sure if he's talking about Nick at this point or a different YouTuber, but it could apply to Nick.
Because of that friendship or whatever you want to call it, relationship, whatever you want to call it. That was like the most hot water that I've ever been on, trying to stand up for somebody that was going rogue and rogue and rogue and more rogue.
Yeah.
And I had a ton of people unsubscribe, and I don't even blame them because the shit looked bad, but I'm still right about it, but no one sees that. But at the end of the day, guys, it's a weird space. Because you don't really turn your back on your family, but you know your family your whole life. You've known this person 6 months, a year, 2 years. At the same time, this person could put more money in your pocket than any family member will ever put in your pocket. This one person here, one person there can change the trajectory of your future. But then they can go rogue at the same time. And so, guys, a lesson here is to know, looking back, what I have learned is that you can support people, but sometimes it kind of has to be in private.
So I don't know if I even agree with that lesson. I don't know if I even agree with that lesson. But I'm going to let him finish here.
Because the same brand that they are helping, they can also go rogue and destroy. Your brand can be severely damaged if it's tied to another brand that is going rogue. And it feels weird to not be open with the support. Go on Twitter, type in Nick Roda, and see what they're saying and how they're attacking him. And anybody who even tries to poke their head up, the stuff that they're saying about the Viva guy and the Barnes guy, and then they're using the kids, as weapons, and it's all messed up. It's all messed up. But just know that it's unavoidable that you're going to be put into some situations where you're called on to avow or disavow somebody who's making some statements. You can't avoid it. Once you get to a certain level on YouTube, especially once you get to around 100,000 subscribers, the game changes. When you're from 0 to 100,000, you're trying to figure out how to be a YouTuber. Once you get 100,000 subs, you already know. Now it turns into relationships. And YouTubers have relationships. I have relationships with people you guys will never know about. And that helps me, that helps them. But once you put your relationship out on Front Street, if they start going rogue, just know that you're going to take a hit. So that's one thing, guys.
So, like, I heard this, and what I was thinking is, like, yeah, especially about the first part of that whole breakdown, I was like, yeah, that's so perfectly putting where I feel I am. Everything about that. Everything. I mean, I talked to Nick here and there and stuff like that. And I genuinely like the guy. But it's like, I almost feel like, what kind of ungrateful jackass? Like, what kind of terrible human would I be if I didn't feel this way? Why would any of you respect me? I don't know why a single one of you would respect me if I didn't feel this way. It's mystifying to me. Like, why? How could you possibly look at me like I'm not some terrible backstabbing jackass if I don't feel that appreciation? Some complete and total ingrate, slimeball, scummy. That I don't feel that appreciation. And I'll tell you, I'll go one step further. Nick helped countless people who were fans of his get through life in tough times. Even if you never met them by name, never knew their names. And it's just like, so, and that's why the kid factor becomes such a huge factor. Because if there's no kids in this story at all, if they're not part of this story, when they're not involved in this story, it's just a guy who's self-immolating. A guy who's stabbing himself in the leg, even though he's not part of any type of cult. And I'd be like, why are you hating on him so much? Why are you being such jackasses? Like, okay, maybe he's not the same. Maybe his messaging has changed, or you're not happy with him today, what he said this month versus what he said for the 3 years prior. But why? How are you not appreciative for all the joy he brought you for 3 years before? Like, what's wrong with you? But especially someone like me, who the dude picked up brought me on his show when I had 300 subs and got me to 1,800, got me an opportunity to get monetized. And then when the Rittenhouse trial broke, I was streaming somewhere else, and he's texting me totally out of the blue, you need to get your ass in here for this Rittenhouse trial. Because as soon as he saw it blow up, he's like, whatever you're doing, drop it and just join my stream. Here's a link. And that got me from like 2,000 subs to 20,000 subs. 4,000, I think it was at 4,000 to 20,000. So it's like, if I was the type of person who didn't feel a tremendous indebtedness to that, why the hell would you be watching me? What kind of human being would I be if I didn't feel a tremendous indebtedness to that? Putting the kids aside for a second, let's pretend there are no kids here at all. And I see this guy who's basically self-destructing. And I'm not going to sit here like trying to help him any way I possibly can, to look out at perspectives in a light most favorable to him. I would say you should spit in my face. You should unsubscribe from me, because I'm basically a jackass. That's how I basically think. That's how I think you should look at me if I were to take that position. Now the kids factor comes in, and I'm like, okay, this is now changing the entire complexion of this story. That changes everything. Then the question is are they really a factor here? Meaning, when I say are they really a factor, are they really being neglected? Because if they're not being neglected at all, if basically the impact he has on them is the same impact I had on my kids when I used to be a smoker. I don't mean this stuff. I mean real smoker. But it's like, okay, you know what? I would never smoke inside the house because I don't want my kids having secondhand smoke. I know it's not a healthy thing at all to do. I'm not advocating for smoking. What I'm saying is, I would go outside. I would never smoke in a car. I never smoke in a house. Never let my kids near cigarettes. They would see me smoking, but I never. But I was like, I never wanted in any way, shape, or form to affect them. And I don't think anyone looks down at me for the fact that, I used to be a smoker. So it's like I had my own negative habit, which is obviously smoking is not nearly as bad as cocaine. I'm not looking to equate them. My point is that, okay, I have a habit. I don't want my habit to be affecting my kids in any way, shape, or form. And if Nick is self-destructing on drugs or alcohol, and he's keeping it from affecting his kids in a similar way that I'm keeping cigarettes, which are obviously, like I said, not all the same thing, but the point being self-damage, that you're protecting your kids from being directly impacted from that and making sure that they're taken care of and making sure that you're filling your responsibilities as a parent. And if that's what he's doing, I think I would be scum, outright scum, to not try to do everything I can to help that man because of that indebtedness. Because he's done for me things that no other person could. And I would think you should look at me like that. And that's why when I see some people who seem to have zero regard for what he's done for them, I'm like, I don't even know. I don't know where your humanity is. Now, again, if in fact you believe that the stuff with the kids happened, if you believe that, and if it's true, if it's actually true, changes the entire equation. Because now it's not just a guy who's self-destructive, but a person who's a destructive force on others, on innocent people, on innocent children, on his own children. And that changes the entire complexion. I'm like, I can't. That's where I'm like, you're going rogue. It's selfish and wrong. And I can't abide by it. I can't tolerate that. But right now, the evidence of that is a police report, which is confounding. And I'm going to be looking into it more. And the one area that Nick is adamant that he definitely never did anything wrong was with respect to maintaining his children. So I don't feel, so I'm like, okay, look, that's the one thing that he's like, just believe me on this. I need you to just believe me on this. I promise you, I would never have done anything to harm my kids that way. I promise you. Like, how do I not be like, okay. And then, if I learn otherwise, I learn he lied to me about that, but then I'm like, I can't do anything to help you here. This was just wrong. What you did was too wrong. But until that happens, I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to be embarrassed about the fact that I'm supporting this guy and hoping for the best for him and for his children, and recognizing that that is what helps the children, because I think that's what makes me a good person. Not even a good person, just not a terrible person. So I want to thank the lead attorney for expressing it as aptly as he did, because I think the way he expressed it was so spot on. It was so spot on. I'm going to go back to phone calls, but let me get a couple of messages that came in here first. Remember that people cheering the verdict, the ones who wanted to have jab refusers fired and even jailed a few years ago, otherwise away. Yep. They were so wrong last time. He cared too much. I'm not sure who we're talking about at this point, because that was like a half hour ago. I prefer the term muggles, since they're oblivious or normies to what's happening around them. They're so content to be told what to believe. Oh, I like that. Instead of normies, muggles. I like that a lot, Cable. The members diggers get special emojis. They're coming, Charles. They're coming. David Sin was not reporting the purchase of Beth Shoes. Oh my God. That, chef's kiss. That was great. Joe, my Catholic understanding, penance is solid in line with 3 steps you outline. We confess with a contrite heart and actively seek to avoid that sin again. There you go. I normally call in, but I'm way too drunk and wait till 2 on vacation to call in. So enjoy $5. The best prayers, my friends. Thank you. Nick is the real Tony Robbins. The real Tony Robbins. I make my money the old-fashioned way, building cloud tech garbage on the exchange. I need to expand my horizon and sell tracks. Stay under 100K. It's true. Does no one realize that children, guns, and drugs don't mix? It's sad this happened, but it could have been prevented. So, Slimy Joe, that's why I'm a high priest. There you go. There you go. Are you really a high priest? Are you really one of my high priests? Are you really? I spent the last 15 years as an air ambulance pilot helping save many lives. What horrible crap am I allowed to get away with on credit? I don't know how the balance sheets work, so your guess is good as mine. Yeah, I followed you from the Depp case, you dark, mysterious, sexy NYPD representing MF. You were what a reason along the Nate and Umbrella Man. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And Civil Law has a live subscription counter. Maybe you need to get one to call out the 98K you seem to be stuck at. I just got to 98K. I was at 96K 2 days ago. So I don't feel stuck right now. You talking through addiction? Stop. Okay. Rules for radicals are rule of law. Which will win out? Will the restitutional rule of law require muggles to overcome their normalcy bias? Will the restitution of the rule of law require? Is normalcy bias being reintroduced as the new normal? Okay, this is the second time you super chat me with this whole normalcy bias thing. I'm going to see if this is just a term I should know and don't, because I'm not getting it. And I'm cognitive bias, which leads people to disbelieve or minimize threat warnings. Oh, okay. Yes, that's why they use the term conspiracy theory a lot, I think. That's why. Kevin Riggs, thank you so much. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. I don't know where all these people who are watching this now are finding me, but God bless you all. I'm going to take a couple more calls, only because there's just so many people here that I don't even know. I never expected to have this stream have as many folks in here. I don't feel like I'm going to pop out the chat because for one reason or another, my chat isn't working. My Google chat, my Rumble chat wasn't working. Anyway. Yeah, Kevin Samuels was pretty brilliant. He was pretty awesome. All right. So there we go.
Call from
Bobby.
Bobby, how are you, brother?
Good, man. How you doing?
Awesome.
Second time?
Yeah, I remember the first one. So what's going on, brother?
I've had a birthday since then. Now 43.
Happy birthday!
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you're catching up to me.
Yeah, we'll stay the same age apart though. That's the way it works. I was going to ask you, who is the Brian clown from the space today? This guy was obnoxious.
Yep.
I've never heard him before, but my God, he is tiresome.
It's exhausting, and he really detracts from the overall conversation. That's why I appreciate someone from the left who's able to engage in conversation and dialogue and present their opinion in well-reasoned, even if they're almost impossible to convince, because I feel like engaging in that exchange enables people in the audience who are able to be convinced as to the illegitimacy of the positions I'm opposing. So if I'm engaging and I can actually have a back and forth exchange where there's some sort of give and take, that's normal. And that's why I kind of enjoy engaging Krasenstein, who, even though Brian Krasenstein, I haven't really engaged Ed as much, but Brian Krasenstein, where I can have a conversation with him. Joa is another guy from the left. Tiro is an attorney from the left, who I will never agree with them on almost anything, like substantial, but at the same time, like you can sort of reason with them, and it's not just barking and trying to score zing you. Like it's just like an actual conversation, and it feels healthy. So,
yeah. Have you seen the picture that's going around X where Krasensteins are with RFK?
No.
They look like miniature people.
Oh, are they? They look like little people?
They're not quite little people, but they're not big fellas either. It's kind of funny. I was like, maybe somebody photoshopped it and made them smaller. I don't know, but it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
To speak to Nick, I found your channel through Nick.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to watch Nick streams, and I still did for a while, but I stopped it a little while back. But that's neither here nor there. And then I saw you, and then I started watching your streams. I think I started watching streams around the Murdaugh trial.
Okay.
And I've been really following you since then, and I kind of watch your stuff whenever I get a chance to,
Yep. Thank you. I'm glad you stuck it out. It's been over a year now.
I think. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. My opinion on this whole thing with Nick has moved, and it's kind of strange. At first, I was kind of like, you know what, this is wrong. I agree, there's kids involved, and you shouldn't have drugs around kids and stuff like that. I get it, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I feel like somebody got it out for him. I really do. I don't know why or
a
who,
lot of
but
people. Because it's,
because
it's money.
I don't get this feeling. I don't get this feeling because it's like
money.
Nobody. I didn't listen to anyone to base this feeling off of it. I just came to this just looking at everything out here and going, I feel like somebody's trying to get him. And yes, if he didn't have the 26 ounces of cocaine in the house, this would be a great argument. They were trying to get me. I didn't have anything.
Right.
It also brings me to my second point of like, while they're trying to get in the house, why didn't she flush the fucking cocaine down the toilet?
Just hold on a second. I am in your face.
Sorry.
Not you. I was talking to someone, a chat I pulled up where someone said, read the chat without colors, meaning don't just read super chats.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're waiting to get in and you won't let them in, why didn't somebody get rid of the other stuff? There could have been way less than 26 ounces, but whatever. I mean, I'm not suggesting anyone break the law, but at the same time, if you don't have the drugs, you don't have the drugs, you know?
Yep.
It's kind of a rough situation.
Yeah.
Is there a chance they can both say half of it's mine and half of it's mine, and neither one of them get charged for over 25?
I'm not a criminal defense attorney. I think it's a great question. I've raised that question myself as far as like, how do you say, you're going to say that both of them are responsible for 26 grams? That doesn't seem to be fair. That seems so. If there were 5 people living in the house who are adults, they're all responsible for it. That doesn't seem fair either. So I don't know how that works. I'm sure it's not the first time that this has come up though. And I'm sure this comes up all the time in every state. I'm sure this comes up literally every day in different trials. And if I had any experience in defending drugs, I would have a better answer on that question.
I understand. I got you.
So, but I do know that there's such a thing as constructive possession, which is, even if it's not, if you're the one, if it's your home, you're sort of, same way if it's your car, there's drugs in your car, there might be an assumption it's just your drugs, even if someone else left them in your car. You can't just say, well, they're not mine, right?
Right. And one last question about the whole Trump thing and the Judge Merchan. What can be done legally with a judge like Merchan that probably didn't do things the way they were supposed to? Is there something that can be done to remove him from the bench, or is he just there? We got to, whoever goes before him has to deal with him until he dies or quits. How does this? I don't know. I mean, you would think
they're all elected. They're all elected. They're all Democrats in a city that will only vote for Democrats. They usually run unopposed because it's so known that they basically rub the right elbows or the right shoulders and give the right massages to the right people so that they can end up on that ticket as the one running. And as soon as
their decisions start affecting the entire country as a whole, that's a totally different thing than just affecting what happens in New York.
Sadly, that's the way our justice system works.
There's no check and balance for that. Okay.
The only check and balance is if you have appellate courts which are willing to fix their F-ups.
Somebody posted a picture on X a little while ago of the appellate court, and I looked at it and I don't see them changing it. I mean, it's just saying, like, I don't think anybody's going to change it unless it goes higher than that.
Yeah. I
mean, supposedly asked.
Someone here is saying Merchan wasn't elected, but that he was placed in his seat. I don't know. I've never really looked into becoming a judge, so I don't really assess that question. But they can be disbarred, but you're not going to be. They can be disbarred, but it's so rare, and you need to show such blatant corruption or bribery, and it's so difficult that it's almost impossible. For all intents and purposes, it's impossible.
So, does he wear eyeliner?
It looks like it, right?
It sort of does. I mean, I'm not judging. I mean, he can do what he wants, but
yeah,
he looks kind of different.
Yeah. Every picture I see of him, he looks like that. I haven't seen him in person, so I don't know. But it definitely looks. It could be that he has black eyelashes with white hair, and maybe that's why it looks like it.
Maybe.
I don't know.
If you get the chance to take your case before the Supreme Court, how nervous will you be?
I don't know. I'm going to share something with you all. Okay, that I've never shared publicly. In fact, I don't even understand it about myself. Okay, I don't even understand it. There are weird situations. I can sit and I can talk to 100,000 people, and I'm totally fine. And there are weird situations where I'll be talking to 15 people, and I'll just start getting like an internal panic attack type of thing, and I don't know why it's happening. And I actually asked my daughter, who's a PA, about it, and it's like I get like a shortness of breath, and I asked her about it. She's like, it's just nervousness, and I was like, why would it come when I'm talking to 15 people rather than, and it's not like 15 like unique, why would it come then when I'm totally fine talking on camera to literally 100,000 people and it doesn't affect me at all. And it's like it could be the topic, could be anything, it could be something that you ate that day, which is making it more likely. But yeah, it's she's like, if you're not feeling pain from it, like chest pain, stuff like that, don't worry about it. But I'll tell you, and I've had that really like my whole life, like where it's like sometimes it's like I almost can't talk, I literally can't catch air or talk, and I can't stand when it happens. It's happened to me, I would say, over the last 3 years. It's probably happened to me like I would say 5 times, 7 times, and I'm just like, I'll be like, why am I feeling? It's like I get angry at myself, like why is this happening to me? And I could see that something like that perhaps would happen. I don't foresee it happening, but what I do recognize is like I felt it when I was going down to argue this in front of the Judge Rosado. I felt an onset of it, and then I suddenly recognized, and I when I was like, "What the hell am I doing? I'm throwing my entire career in the toilet right now, right here, right now. What the hell was I even thinking here?" And then I started feeling that shortness. And then I was like, no, 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 no. I'm in the right. Everyone here is in the wrong. They're in the effing wrong. Every one of them. They're totally wrong. They're effing up our country. I'm fighting for millions of people and most of them don't even know it, but that's fine. Because I know that what I'm doing here, at the end of the day, God and this country will recognize as being the right thing. So I was like, and I just met, and I just instantly just everything flowed from my mouth once I got down into that room. But it's like, so will that happen when I come to the Supreme Court? I don't think so. And if it does happen, I'm going to try to remind myself that I'm standing up in a place that millions of Americans and giving voice to millions of Americans who are terrified as to what the court system is doing to our judiciary, is doing to defendants, or potential to do, and what this and the break that this is. And I sort of look at it as like I feel overcome with a sense of like I'm almost heroic. And that makes me feel like empowered, where I'm just like, I am going to go in there and stick this landing and F anyone who disagrees with me. Because at the end of the day, what I'm doing here is something that everyone should be doing. So, and it's my privilege to be doing this. And that just totally calmed me down. And I was like, and that's what I plan on doing if I do end up feeling that constriction. I never told anyone about that's I never even told Lady Lawgic. I don't even know if she knows about it. Because I was just like, I'm sort of almost embarrassed by it. And I was like, you know what? No, I think that's part of being human. That's okay. I don't have to be embarrassed about it.
Joe, that's nothing to be ashamed of. I had it happen to me one time so bad when I was in the military. I had to go and talk to a person that I didn't really want to go talk to, and I went and sat down in his office with this person, and they were an officer, and I'm just an enlisted person, and I'm sitting there staring at them, and the next thing you know, I felt like this person was 20 yards away from me, and I could see them through a tunnel. And it just happened, and I was like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
I never had tunnel vision, not a day in my life before that, and I've never had it since. But it happened at one time, and I could tell you, like, it was like I was looking through a peephole at this person, and they were 3 rooms away from me, but they were literally sitting 3 feet from me.
Yeah.
It happens, man. I mean, I guess it's part of being human.
I guess so.
Yeah.
So yeah, I never figured I would say that on a live stream to thousands of people, but I was like, you know what? I think that people need to know that even those who seem comfortable talking in massive crowds, that sometimes weird moments, just things happen and their body acts in ways that they're not fully anticipating. and you just sort of got to find a way to fight through it. You know.
Did it ever happen to you in law school or anything? Like when you were going through law school or
I
doing
don't
arguments
remember.
or in front of classes? Probably not.
Law
I
school
guess if you're
law
used
school
to
was a
being
lifetime
around
ago.
a lifetime, you're not that old, man. Come on.
It was a lifetime. I mean, seriously, it's literally more than half my life ago. It was not. It was not. It's half my. If you cut my life in half, I was in the middle of law school. That's
Dang.
yeah.
Hell,
Yeah.
It was good talking to you again, man. I appreciate your time.
All
And
right, my friend.
somebody in the chat asked if I'm from Alabama or Southern Georgia. It's Southern Georgia. Thank you. Y'all have a good night.
You're awesome, Brian. Have a great night, my friend.
All right. Thanks, man. Bye.
Megan Sue, I know Nick helped you. That doesn't mean you owe him your soul. God bless you for protecting your friend, but in his right mind, he would want you to protect his kids more than him. And like I said, that's why if his kids are generally imperiled or endangered or neglected or whatever it is, that's the cutoff line. That's where it goes from him being self-destructive to destructive to others. And that changes the entire equation. It's the difference between someone. It's literally the exact same thing as if like someone is stupidly getting drunk all the time or getting drunk getting behind the wheel. Those are two different people, and those are two completely different wrongs. And the second wrong to me is inexcusable, and the first one is more embarrassing and regrettable, but not but it's more pitiable. And I want to try. When I see that person who I want to pity, I sort of want to help them any way I can, like legitimately help them. That's why that's the cutoff line is there. Hey, look, I smashed a family of 3 while I was DUI. Before that, I helped YouTubers get big. Also, I'm charismatic. So we cool? No, exactly. You see, I didn't even see the super chat. That's the line. That's the line. Because if you were basically, if you helped YouTubers get big, and it's not just helping YouTubers get big, by the way, it's helping you, like through tough times and all the things that he did. So yeah, if instead of that, he's depressed and pissed drunk in his basement every night and not harming anyone. So you're gonna and he helped you. Are you gonna piss on him? Because if so, you shouldn't throw it out there in a super chat. Because I think you should be embarrassed. My mom did drugs for years. I don't know until I was an adult that she did coke or took pills. She worked at a law firm and never missed. Yeah, exactly. You get nervous because the intimacy of small groups on the net. There may be thousands watching, but you're in front of the camera. Also, when you speak to everyone, you speak to nobody. That's possibly true. Like me, I don't feel a magnitude. I don't see an audience of 7,000 in front of me right now. So I'm not seeing it. So maybe that makes it like less real and less intimidating. But I've spoken in front of hundreds live and not felt that for a second. So I don't think it's that. And if anything, when I'm in a group of 15, I tend to shine. I tend to enjoy that. That's where I become like a real showman. I really think it's more the topic. That's what I'm assuming. I don't know. I feel Dennis Connect too. I watched Charles Sheen for hours. If kid stuff is true, it's because of addiction, which I view as an illness. It's tragic. Nick seemed to be a great father before. Yeah. Yep. I opened up the phone lines again in case you're wondering. So I just wanted to share that thought with you. What I realize is I need to see something really fast.
Call from
So, buddy, Cassius.
Cash.
Oh, I made it in.
You made it in.
Also, I don't know why you don't know I'm a high priest. I totally pay the dues. It's the tracksuits. I'm in the basement. I'm packaging. They're going out, but I'm not getting my dues on that one. I don't know why.
I don't even know how. I need to check this out. There has to be a way.
I don't know how you.
For me to actually see it.
I only gave you money because the whole like ungag thing is. It's a half benefit, and I get to say I'm the high priest.
That's awesome.
And also, everyone.
All hail High Priest Cash. All hail High Priest Cash.
Kool-Aid's going out, everyone. Don't worry, it's coming in the mail.
Wait, no.
Get the donations in. We can all drink it the same day on November 5th. Anyhow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a couple things to state. One, because I was watching your previous statement, and so I've been part of like a lot of high profile talks,
Okay.
and like how you the thing is with it is I mean, at the end of the day, you have to evaluate what I'm saying, what I'm doing, how does it evaluate, how it affects me in the end, and then you can just say your piece. It's like, yes, I might be talking about, because I was part of a lot of high profile events, and everything was burning down around me, and it was all terrible. But at the end of the day, when you're talking to all the stakeholders, it's like, how does it impact me at the end of the day? And it's like, so you got to get through that and not think about everything else.
Yeah.
And so if you get on that line, when you get there, it's it's a little different in your case, but I think at the end of the day, for you, it's the same thing. But a lot of the stuff, it's not really impactful. A lot of the voices, and you have to remember that. And that's one of the things I wanted to bring to you is like I've been through that with a lot of people and multi-billion-dollar companies, and you're constantly saying things, and you might go through it again. Who knows? Hopefully, you get to the Supreme Court, and I really hope you do. That's why I'm the high priest. Yeah, I know. But the other one is I have a question of.
I'll tell you this much. I'm really confident that if I go in before the Supreme Court, that I am going to feel like I'm totally in my zone. And it's such a weird thing. I'll tell you one secret I have is I throw back my shoulders and I stand up taller, and just carrying myself that way, I
adjust your
actually
hips too.
Yeah, I actually feel
Stronger.
I feel like I am the dominant force in this room, and
Yeah,
I am
no,
going, and everyone here
you've
is
gotta
going
be
to
the
bend
king
to my
for it.
wishes. That's literally how I feel. I feel like almost like superior. It's a weird type of thing that just pumps me up.
I mean, if you don't, your arguments come off weak, and then no one believes you. I
Right.
mean, so even if you're right, no one believes you if you're weak.
Yep.
In your presentation,
100%.
and that might be a part of it. I mean, I'm just an asshole, so I don't care. So I always won. In that. But, I mean, but that's I'm more of like the engineer got me, and not leadership so much. But there's two of the same fork in that, and we're not talking about that because chat will hate me. But yeah, fuck you guys. I'm a leader. Anyhow, the other one I've got for you, I have a question because I watched a little bit of the day stuff, and it's depressing, and I saw like his figures and all their stuff. But the other was how soon, and I know you've answered this before, by the way. How soon can he get his appeal in before they try and bring the hammer down? And they're like, you got to go on to whatever imaginary bullshit. And I was with you with all this crap. This is a complete bullshit trial. It's complete bullshit everything. And I know how they got the 34 everything, but how soon can we get to appeal before all this not matters? Is my real question. Because I know, like, they said July 11th, 17th was sent. But when can we file appeal and stop all this nonsense?
I'll tell you that the appeals tend to take a long time, and I'm just telling you, reality is that you can literally wait years, literally wait, and waiting now because of the timing and the sensitivity of it. I mean, I had no idea how long it was going to take. I had no idea how long it was going to take the first department to give me a decision.
I mean,
now, it could be in this context. I'll give you a little heart. In this context.
Wait, Professor. I mean, I know in the court, like the court clerk can like screw you over, but if you file certiorari immediately, how long could they wait?
So
immediate, like say the Supreme Court, like, yeah, we're going to take certiorari immediately filed. This is the optimal case. This is opium. No one in chat should believe anything what I'm saying right now. But optimal case, certiorari is filed. Supreme Court's like, fuck yeah, thrust our cocks out. We're gonna do this shit. How soon could that happen?
Oh, you're talking about Trump? You're talking about Trump or me?
Yeah, no, not you. No, Trump. The Trump case today.
The Trump case today.
You're
Trump
going
case
to
today,
win
if it
eventually.
went
Supreme
rapid fire,
Court.
the Trump case today, if it
Yeah.
went rapid fire, has to first go through
Yeah, yeah.
the first step is has to go through the first department where I just got out of. First,
Yeah,
you have to go through the first department. How long the clerk's going to take there, how long everything's going to take. I will say this: they probably will recognize the entire world is watching how they're treating it, so they likely will try to move it along. I don't
They've
think
been
that.
a bunch of so far, though. I don't know if they actually will care. Just based on what I've heard.
No,
You
I
were
think
not
they'll
for it.
care.
You
Okay, okay.
believe in them.
Cash.
I
Let me talk.
understand you.
Cash. Let me talk. Okay.
I'm a terrible person, Joe.
Shut up.
That's why I give you money.
Cash. Let me make my point, brother. Okay. And that
I love
is,
you.
and that is that they, the same way President Trump, I had confidence in him that he was going to be a great president because I thought that he's going to, he wants to look good for himself in his own self-interest. He's going to try and make America do great just so people say that he did a great job. So too, I think that the first department in their own self-interest are motivated to get this thing processed quickly because they understand that otherwise because the entire eyes of the world are on them. So I don't think they're going to move it along because they care about Trump. I think that their self-interest is aligned with the idea of getting this thing expedited. That even with that being said, normal process turnaround time is that they're going to give time for him to submit his appeal and to perfect his appeal, and they'll give him 30, 45 days for that. And then the other side has 30 or 45 days to respond. And you're talking like and even if and then they'll have a return date, and that return date will be 30 to 60 days after that. And then they have 30 to 60 days to give a decision. And we start adding up all these 30 to 60 days that I keep talking about. You're talking about like 8 months from now before it even is finished with the first department if they're going at a normal rate.
Yeah, I know. It's so insane.
So and then it has to go to the Court of Appeals. Then it has to go to the Court of Appeals. And the Court of Appeals has to have their processing time. And then the Court of Appeals would have to reject him, and then he would have to go to the Supreme Court. So that's what I'm saying is Supreme Court for him on this case is like a year away at the best.
That's bullshit, by the way.
That's maybe things I can't foresee would happen. Maybe there'll be some expedited basis. Maybe that would happen. Maybe that does happen. Maybe it can happen. I don't know. Maybe he's in front of the Supreme Court in 6 months. To me, I think a year is more realistic than 6 months.
I know it's such bullshit. But we know that, like, also someone said you missed a super chat, by the way. Is this really hard reading super chats, talking, and listening and everything at the same time? This is awful. Oh my God, Joe, this is a terrible life you live.
Which super chat did I miss? Drop Barracudas?
I don't know. Someone said you missed a super chat.
10:30 or 11? Someone says I missed a super chat. Who is
Hold
it
on,
from?
Can we get a repeat of that, guys? Come on.
Which who sent
I'm
it?
looking before. I don't know. But they have to repeat it. It's so far behind me now. This is so awful, trying to keep up with your chat and every the chat, saying you missed a super chat.
What's neurological?
Yeah.
Oh, the press conference is at 11. Yeah, I was thinking about streaming the press conference. You think I should stream that?
Yes, you should stream all of this.
Oh gosh.
It's all monies, Joe.
I'm so tired.
It's totally monies. No, I mean, you're on the East Coast. I'm sorry, but yeah, you got to do it. Go to bed, get some sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up here.
Yeah.
And the only super chat I see that I haven't gotten to is, and as Joe stood up before the Supreme Court and looked around, he realized his mother was right. He really was the most prettiest and smartest. If you guys knew how much I love my own looks, it would be embarrassing.
Oh, terrible.
It's true.
I don't know. It's just so hard to keep up with everything, chatting with you and reading chats and awful. And both of
I'm now trying to scroll up and see, did I read this? Did I read that?
I was trying to do it too, but I can't because it's so hard.
How do you?
I don't know how to do this. How do you do this?
You're
Joe?
so high. You're so high.
It's awful. I don't want to ever do this for a living. You guys
Did
are
I
all
get
terrible.
this one? I think I got that one. I think I got Jennifer.
I'm gonna give you some money. Will that make it all better, Joe?
That probably. How much?
I mean, my $100 is coming in a couple days. All I
Nice. Sweet. All right.
Yeah.
Mortgage paid.
Yeah, I hope your mortgage is mine is really cheap. I bought so early; it's hilarious. People hate me for my mortgage,
Hmm.
and I make a disgusting amount of money.
What's your mortgage?
$2,000.
Oh wow.
And guess what my home's worth now?
What?
$1.4 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm gonna move to Texas or Florida, and I don't even have to have a loan. It's gonna be great.
Wow.
It's gonna be all. I'm moving to a red state.
What state are you in now? And you're only giving me $100 a month, you cheap bastard.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is kind of cheap. Right now I'm in Washington. Basically, I have no vote. It's awful. I hate this state. I'm pumping money to FCP. I'm pumping money to anyone for 2A rights. It's crazy here. It's basically mini California. So they can take my home and I'll buy it and I'll go to a state, that's a red state that loves
Washington is going red in 2024.
They're stupid. It's not going.
Washington's going red. Washington's going red.
Oh,
Washington's going red. Telling you, you're gonna see states you never dreamed going red. You thought I'd never see this in my life. You're gonna see so many. It's gonna be like, oh my God, that's what's gonna happen.
No. Have you seen how King County has cut the lines? They basically cut Seattle vertically 3 ways to prevent anything from going red. It's hilarious. So if they ever rule gerrymandering in Washington is illegal, then we'll totally go red. Not until that happens. But anyone should look at King County voter lines and look at how Seattle bifurcates. No, it's not bifurcates. It's triple. What try something? Try slices.
Trifurcate.
Trifurcate. I don't think it's the word, but yeah, whatever. They slice the north and south 3 ways. It's hilarious.
I did miss this super chat. Maybe you
found
can help
it.
me with this.
No, I can't. I didn't read it. I can't. keep up
The
with
super chat says, "What's it
I
mean?"
could never be a YouTuber.
What's it mean? I'm reading it to you. What's it mean? Roberts denied meeting with Durbin.
Roberts denied which Robert?
I don't know.
No.
I assume it's Chief Justice John Roberts. I don't even know if it means that he denied that he ever met Durbin, or he wanted a meeting, or Durbin wanted a meeting with him and he denied it. I don't know what this means.
Oh, we got a lot of Washington people. Yeah.
I don't know I don't understand the question. I think that might be why I skipped right past it, because I was like, I don't understand that question.
We have to take the voter lines to the Supreme Court to fix Washington, folks.
Durbin set up a meeting about the J6 cases.
We've got a lot of Washington people that do not like the voter lines. Yeah, I love Eastern Washington. I come up to you guys a lot because, A, it's past the mountains and your weather is lovely, guys.
Okay, so apparently, I'm gonna try googling that. Durbin denied meeting.
Also, well, Joe, do you want to get to a caller besides me? I mean, we're having a lot of time, but I'm robbing people at this point and just bitching about Washington.
Yeah, I think you're my last call, so that's why I'm sort of letting you ramble on. Chief Justice John Roberts has declined the invitation to meet with top Senate Democrats over judicial ethics, citing separation of powers concerns. Oh, it means he's basically saying, I don't want to hear your stupid whining that I should recuse. I should force Clarence Thomas to recuse himself, or Alito. That's basically what it is.
What Clarence Thomas was down to enough 3 lines of fuck you speech every time they ask him to recuse himself. I hope it goes down to 1 line, to be honest. He's not having it. They can't do it. But I'm sad if we had people in Texas that did not vote for Brandon Herrera, but we'll get him in the next 2 years when Tony the Rhino comes up for trial again. I mean, vote. Fucking Johnson. Oh my God.
Megan Seuss, maybe you can tell me what TB means. I've heard on 10 different TBs attacking all of you for seeing a problem with Nick and doing nothing. I hope you can defend yourself and others. What are TBs?
Well, but there's a lot of attacks from Nick coming from that forum you mentioned. I can't.
What are TBs?
It's that forum. I know it's that forum. What is the name of that forum? The forum. The people that I guarantee a lot of the Nick attacks originated from that awful forum. No, it's not tuberculosis. Kiwi Farm.
Megan,
but
TBs are
all. I guarantee a lot of this anonymous attacks originated from Kiwi Farm.
Oh yeah. I don't understand. I don't understand the question here. First of all, if there's so much that's built into this question, I'm not saying that this is on you, Megan. I'm just saying you saying you hope I can defend myself and others. Like, what do you think? What do you think the nature of my relationship with Nick was? That like I'm like living like next door to him. That I know what the hell is happening with him. I'm going to tell you right now. The first time I even suspected him of being on cocaine was after that stream. That's the first time I even suspected he was on cocaine. I always assumed that he was drinking. The first time I know so little about cocaine. I'm so bad about this. I really do.
I thought he had tuberculosis when I saw that stream, to be honest. But no, that stream too is the only time I saw him, and I suspected something was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And
as soon as that happened, I actually ended up with a group of people who were talking about what steps we need to take in order to help Nick. And within less than 48 hours, he was arrested. So I don't feel like I have to answer to anything here. And I certainly don't think that. I mean, and frankly,
again, this comes back to my speech about maximal voices, minimal voices.
Yeah.
When you're talking to, a global response and an event, yes, there are going to be middle voices. They're usually minimized because you can't hear them, but in this case, people can pay to be heard. But yet no one knew.
It's
like
Nick's face. Make it sound like I'm his dealer or something here. It's like how the heck would I know what the heck he's doing? Like, it's not like he's calling. And let me tell you something else. I'm pretty much the last person he would tell, because he knows that I'm not gonna engage with him. He knows I can't relate to it. Why the hell would he even talk to me about it? So I don't understand the.
Comes to a point. No one, like, if Nick kicks rock's bottom and he's asking for money, no, then if you gave him some money or something, you would be in a bad spot. But right now, we're all being good friends with Nick. We all love Nick. We want him to recover. Chat can I'm not going to say bad words, but he's in a bad place. We're going to help him. He might come out of it. He might not. We don't know. But we're not going to wish him into the toilet. And to be honest, since I'm the last conversation I'm speaking, I stopped watching Nick quite a while ago because he got mad at me because I didn't like Destiny and some other people he had on. We had some words when I gave him some money.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't wish him bad. And he's going to, if he comes out of it, it's because he has willpower. It's not Joe's fault. And no, I'm not upset, John. The fuck? I like Nick. We got into a fight. I get into a fight with a lot of people. But I want Nick to come out of this all right, and I think he will.
You're making me laugh, brother.
Oh, I know, but I don't know how the hell you keep up the chat and talk. Jesus Christ, Joe. Anyhow,
yeah,
this is gonna get. Are you going to get demonetized because of me?
Almost definitely. I should let you go.
Yeah, you should. We should end this. This is terrible. All right, everyone. I love Nick. I love Joe.
This was awesome, brother. Thank you so much.
Right. Everything's going to be great. I hope it's going to work out. And I hope everything works out for Joe's case.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Have a great night, my friend.
Ungag Trump. Give Joe money. I'm giving him at least $100 a month. Probably more. Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah.
That last one.
Seriously.
I give Joe a lot of money. I'm a terrible person.
Terrible person. You're enabling me. You're enabling me
Stella,
in my enabling efforts.
we got to talk about Stella real fast. Stella gives so much money.
Who?
The person who gives all the subscriptions like every other day.
Oh, Stella, Bella Stella.
Stella.
Yeah, Stella Bella.
She gives so much. Stella, she's not listening. I love her.
She's awesome. You
All
kidding
right.
me? And Master Phillips, the two of them are like basically.
I know.
They're
Multi-millionaires.
I don't know.
I mean, I
never asked I never asked I never asked the source of anyone's money at all.
so worried.
For all I know,
Stella
everyone who's donating to my channel are a bunch of coke dealers, and that's my fault too. So
maybe that's the case.
My friend,
know I give a bunch, but I have money, so it's not that bad.
I gotta set up a stream for tomorrow for his thing. I think that's what I gotta do. I gotta set up a stream.
Yeah, all right. Good night, Joe.
Good night, my friend.
And everything goes okay.
Joe, Godspeed. All right, we're gonna do mukbang. You all want mukbang? I'm gonna make myself. I'm stopping with the calls. Don't try calling. I'm stopping with the calls. How is he gonna speak tomorrow? How is he gonna make it? How is he gonna speak if he is, if he is, busy with his? He's still gagged. I don't know how that's gonna happen. How's that gonna happen? All right, so I'm gonna do work, and and if you want to stick around, you can stick around. But I'm saying right now, I'm not talking to you guys. I meant YouTube's and other channels. No offense. I don't know. Can't speak. I can't answer for anyone else. I can't answer for anyone else. Remember, cancel mob has power. You grant them. Yep. USA, USA, USA. All right, let me do this. Let me do this. I need to set up a stream, which means I need to make a thumbnail, which means that I need to. Let me make my thumbnail. Thumbnail. How do I want to structure this? How do I want to structure this? All right, let me share with you all what I'm looking at here. Okay, so these are where I make my thumbnails. Okay, so I definitely want to take this out. Let's do this the way I normally do this. In case you want to learn how to make a thumbnail, the way good Lawgic does, which is almost definitely the wrong way to do it, but this is how I do it. I'm telling you, the rest of the stream is going to be boring. You should probably tune out. So I like using this shade of coloring. So we're going to use this shade of coloring on the backdrop. Nope. Control C. Control V. That was my calling number. Why did I do that? Backspace. Copy. Control V. Center that. Center it all. Okay. What photo of Trump should I use? Do a search for Trump. Do a quick search here. So you go to Google, do Trump press conference, then plus images. And which one do I want to have up here? Which image? No, what the hell is this? Ooh, that's not bad. Problem is this head's going to be in the way. I don't like that. No. This. His arm is cut off. I don't want his arm cut off. Nope. Hands in the way. Get your freaking hands out of the way. That's pretty funny. This picture is funny. That's not bad. That's not bad for my main picture here. What do you think? That's not bad. I can go with that. That's not bad at all. Press conference? save image as, save my downloads. We'll call this Trump speak hands. Remove. Upload an image. Download Trump speak hands. Open. Oh, you see, I lost a hand there. I lost more than that. All right, erase, restore. Give me this hand back. Good. I need some fingers. Good. That looks good. I can work that. All right. Done. Download. Trump speak hands. Okay, now come in here. Insert pictures. Take the Trump speak hands. Insert. Make it big. That looks about right. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Crop so it doesn't take up too much space here in this thing. Crop that out. Back. Okay. I'll make this simple. You know what? Let's steal this. Copy. Control V. Oh, I don't want to do it like that. I know what I want. Change the color of this. Shape format. Do this. Fill this. Shape fill. We'll make this yellow. Not bad. Put this down here. I don't like the font. It doesn't stick out. It doesn't pop enough. Trump trial verdict, live react. Trump trial verdict. I definitely don't want to say that. We can find a better font than that. No. Something that pops. I was using that before. I don't think I like that one now. That's funky. No. Childish. Nope. Can't read that. Too frail. That could work. Not crazy about it. No. No. That's interesting. I can't believe I can't find something I'm really in the mood for. What was that? That was Rodana. Make this bold. It's not bad. Make this a little smaller, so it's fitting in the podium. Center it. Doesn't it look centered? Is he centered? thing about this is centered. Why is this not centering right? It looks like he's in the center. This doesn't look like it's in the center, though. Why doesn't this look like it's... Can I make this smaller? No, you don't want to do that. Of course you don't want to do that. I know I can do it. I can put this down behind my frame. Sorry for doing this, but you guys just... I figure why not help you see how the sausage is made. And... Well, that's not good. Move you to the back. Send to back. This has to be, everything has to be higher. Let's see how this looks now. Picture format. Better? Don't love it? Don't love it? Don't hate it. Can I make this a little smaller? That's better. I think that's good. Make a drop there. This should be good. Move forward. Into front. No, that's okay. Not loving it. I wish this was like a... I want him to be higher. I like that better. Format. Into front. That's looking right. I need that to pop a little more so people know what I'm covering. Send this to the back. Make that pop a little more. Pop, 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 pop. Shape format. Oh, I like that he's dead, Jim. The upside down flag. Oh my God. I love that. I love that idea. I really love that idea. I'm going to throw that in. Very simply asking you what you would say to the people saying you all knew and did nothing. Well, thank you. I understand you weren't. Perhaps I and some others get a little defensive about this. Only because, I see people like expressing their vitriol at me that I'm not willing to throw them in the trash. My throat is dry now. I appreciate that. I'm simply saying, wait, most of us didn't know. So I would assume. And those who did, I think we're trying to help him. That doesn't mean that you can always help someone. That's what I would assume. Most of the good ones, at least. I want to text to answer your question. I apologize if I sounded too defensive, Megan, too. Or too aggressive. Text effects. Glow. Options. I want it black. Ooh, that's interesting. I think red. I think sometimes like stuff that sticks out just sort of is trying too hard. And then I see people have lousy thumbnails and I'm like, and they get tons of views, and I'm like, maybe the gaudy colors and the fact that the colors are so clashing are what draws everyone's attention. And then actually looking fluid and smooth. So, but I don't know. Who the hell knows? Yeah, okay. I do want to have a little live sign in here. Copy. That's so big. Feels too empty. Feels too empty. That's okay. We can do it like that. Move it down. Feels like there's just nothing happening here. I know what I want. I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do. I like that upside down American flag idea a lot. I'm going to use that as my backdrop. That's it. That's what we want. Upside down. Do I want a wavy one? Do I want a regular one? Do I want an old one? Wavy one? I'm going to be flipping it upside down. The question is, I got this stupid Pixar's thing. Gay? Gay? That's a little different. Let's go with one of these. What the hell is that? What the heck was that? I want to show the American flag flying upside down. If I take this one. Will that look like if I flip it upside down? Let's try it. Save image as. Oh, I'm a caps lock on. Let's erase some of that. Jeez, why did I stop still singing that stupid song? It's lousy. That's lousy. All right, now, I take this, insert. Picture is this device, American flag weather to remove. Spin this thing upside down. Make this thing massive. 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 Bigger. Bigger. And send it to the back. Now bring it forward. This feels right. This feels right. See? That feels right. That feels right. The stupid live in the corner. Everything about this. This is feeling right. Only thing not feeling right is I forgot to. Okay, so first, I'll do a little more. This is what I had in mind. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Send that to the back so I can work on some of this stuff here. Let's delete that. Let's make him glow because he's got to glow. He gotta glow. He gotta go. He man gotta glow. Should make him glow orange. Glow options. That'd be funny. That'd be funny. Normally I try to make like the good guys glow white. I try to make the good guys glow white and the bad folks glow black. Let's see what yellow does. Not bad. More glow. More glow. Oh, why not? We'll give him the whole saintly look. This saintly look. Let's see what this looks like white. Yeah, I still like that better. I like the white better. Okay, just this flag thing. I'm only covering up the whole thing. Okay. I think that's good. Now bring this to the front. I love it. I love it. I love it. So good. So good. So good. Oh, that is so much better. That's something I can be proud of. That's something I can be comfortable with. Just not sure whether the black on the press conference now needs a little more life. I think it's good. I'm satisfied. I am satisfied. File save as Trump press conference. So there's different downloads where I save everything like an idiot. All right, now what we do is this. I can't do this on. I can't set a stream on Rumble yet. I have to wait till tomorrow until after I end this stream because they only have 2 streams at once. I could set up StreamYard. That's what I could do. So let's do StreamYard plus StreamYard. StreamYard. Yeah, I always have half a head missing. Okay? That's just the way it is. That picture got cut off, and I'm like, I've kind of learned to live with it. Live stream. Because the idea of him speaking is shocking. Post. Okay, and I'll save this thing from here. This thing from here. Where's this? More. Copy. It's not going to be a long stream because I'm supposed to be joining Eric Hunley at noon. Schedule this for. We're going to set this up for 10:50. It's supposed to start 11. Upload thumbnail. Open. Apply. And customize for each destination. Create live stream. Hey, 98088. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Good job. Job. Let's do it. Oh, this is over here. Turn this on. Save. Come over here. Customization. And come to subscribers. Save. Go to details. Copy. Control D. This is goodlogic.locals.com. Goodlogic.locals.com. Where you get all notifications because YouTube is an unreliable little biatch. People love exclamation points, or so I'm told. All right. Oh, I gotta come here. All that. YouTube, create posts. Nick told me that when you drop posts there, sometimes people don't get noticed for days. If you don't put the date on there, you get annoyed that they think something's upcoming that you covered 2 days ago. Should we do a text poll just to get people awakened? People like polls. I didn't do a poll in a couple days. Emerge wearing a gag. Instant sanctions from the court or all right. Well, there you go. Now you know how I do it. That's how sausage is made. Random fun fact, one of the big differences between women and men is whether it's a good or bad thing when they ask you to smell something. You smelling that? Love the thumbnail. Only thing that wrong there is you only have half a head. Why is half your head missing? It's a picture I always liked, and the head's cut off, which I do. All right. That's our show for tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. Hope that, well, you're still here. So a lot of people still here. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything over here. I don't know why my Rumble chat is not loading. So if I missed a rant, I apologize. It was definitely not intentional. All right. We'll see you all tomorrow morning, 10:50. Don't be late. When I say 10:50, I almost definitely mean 10:55. Don't be late. We'll see you then. Have a great night. Don't eat the bugs. And as always, my friends, Godspeed.